Yeah, tell me why. Quite busy. We just started with the testing for the mock pitch team. Let's just test it out. We started with the mock pitch. We are about to start within 10 minutes. We'll be on that. Yeah, tell me why. Oh, sorry, Owen. Let's just test it out. We started with the mock pitch.
Through its annual Friends of Africa FOA Economic Roundtable, CASA Foundation brings together business owners and professionals in the public and private sectors in Africa and North America to share their perspectives on key economic and infrastructure development initiatives with a goal to collaborate on the execution of these ideas for the development of better communities in Africa. its annual Friends of Africa FOA Economic Roundtable, CASA Foundation brings together business owners and professionals in the public and private sectors in Africa and North America to share their perspectives on key economic and infrastructure development initiatives with a goal to collaborate on the execution of these ideas for the development of better communities in Africa.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the first day of Casa Foundation's mock pitch competition. Just so you know, we'll be starting the program in a few minutes. Today's session, of course, fully virtual. So just remember to share with your friends that you want to attend or watch you today as well. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you guys in a few minutes before we fully start. Thank you.
FOA Economic Roundtable. Casa Foundation brings together business owners and professionals in the public and private sectors in Africa and North America to share their perspectives on key economic and infrastructure development initiatives with a goal to collaborate on the execution of these ideas for the development of better communities in Africa. annual Friends of Africa FOA Economic Roundtable, CASA Foundation brings together business owners and professionals in the public and private sectors in Africa and North America to share their perspectives on key economic and infrastructure development initiatives with a goal to collaborate on the execution of these ideas for the development of better communities in Africa.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our esteemed judges and presenters and attendees as well. It's my pleasure to welcome you to our FOA 2023 mock pitch. So our Pitch Masters competition today, thank you for joining us today. My name is Ore Olua, and it's my privilege to host our event today. So today's day one, and tomorrow will be our second day as well of this fully virtual competition. So please join us again tomorrow and show support to each of our presenters. So as CASA Foundation, please note as well, CASA Foundation will also be holding our 13th FOA Economic Summit in person on the 6th and 7th of October at Weston Harbor Castle, Toronto, and it's located at First Harbor Square, Toronto, Ontario. And also just note some great things are going to be happening there. There would be panel discussions, keynote presentations, and more importantly, relating today and tomorrow's pitch competition. The winning presenters and their prizes will be announced and shared at that event. Again, we thank you for joining us here today as well for this event. So firstly, I want to introduce some of our judges here today. You don't have to show yourself yet, but I'm just going to give you guys some to note them here today. Firstly, we've got Dr. Ultoin Oilade, CEO and founder of CASA Foundation, and also one of the group that's also helped plan this event. Cheryl Bedard, founder of Bedard Associates. Professor Yemo, Professor of Financial Mathematics at Humber College. Chioma, the co-founder of Pitch Center, and Arun Bhatia, who's a analyst in transformation, enterprise change and operation at TD Bank. So just a few housekeeping rules for everyone to note today. So we'll be having a 15-minute break after the first 9 presenters have showcased their businesses. I'll let you all know when it happens as well. And then after that period of time, then we'll have our remaining presenters. Each presenter will have 5 minutes to make their presentation. Please note 5 minutes. And after which each judge will have 2 minutes to give these presentations. Now, if you're not able to keep up with the time, just note that we do have a timekeeper who will announce when you have 1 minute left after in your presentation. And then they'll also make one more announcement once the time is up as well. The same is done for the judges as well at 30 seconds. And also at 30 seconds after the 2 minute mark. Now, a few things to note here. Presenters are going to be judged on a few criteria on a 1 to 5 scale on a bit of criteria here. A few of these criteria could be target market, problem and need, solution, team, board, advisors, traction, competition versus your competition's advantages, revenue model, strategy, exit strategy, a lot of stuff based off of your business and what you've been doing. So this is all things that you should look into when you're presenting your business. So, and one big final bit of housekeeping here. Now, as we go to our first presenter, I want you all to know, please leave your camera off and your microphone on mute to respect the presenter, please. And for the judges, please, if you can, turn on your camera while you're giving your feedback so they know who's speaking to them and giving them their feedback. Awesome. All right. So our first presenter will be Zainab Williams. Zainab, could you put on your camera and show yourself? Awesome. Great. It's great to see you there, Zainab. So you're going to be given 5 minutes. You can present. When you're ready, just tell us and we'll let you go.
Okay, thank you for that. And am I allowed to share my screen?
Yeah, so you should be given permissions to share your screen soon. And once you want to start, you just go ahead and the timekeeper will keep you up there. Thank you.
Okay, so let's just do this. Okay, share screen. Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. When you're ready to start, go ahead.
Okay, I'm ready to start. Hi, everyone. My name is Zainab Williams, and I'm the founder of Fund Evolve. My personal journey in the financial world was really driven by a painful experience. I lost my family's life savings due to unethical advice, and this drove me to become a financial advisor, really dedicated to ensuring that no one else went through what I went through. So I have over a decade of financial expertise, and I share financial advice through major media outlets. What I've seen is that there is a major problem right now that's quite significant. Even though women are increasingly becoming primary breadwinners, they're taking on extended family responsibilities, and they're investing heavily in their own professional development, they're still not receiving stage-appropriate financial advice. And on the other hand, you have financial advisors who are also facing their own challenges with fee compression and increasing regulation impacting their bottom line. So they're focusing on clients who have large investable assets, and this leaves 89% of women underserved. So what we've built is Fund Evolve is a platform that really opens the door for women to participate in their financial journey towards freedom, while ensuring that they obtain sound financial guidance, which is accessible to everyone, regardless of their background and financial status. So what we're doing is we're bringing visibility to all your financial needs in one place and analyzing it and providing intelligence feedback using AI. So Fund Evolve is really creating an ecosystem and building a bridge between advisors and women. The benefits are more financially confident women. Advisors were able to build economies of scale to serve clients that were outside their reach without technology. And we're obtaining key real insights and real-time metrics and data that can be leveraged towards platform expansion. This is a $19 billion market. Fund Evolve is planning on focusing on 60% of professional women between the ages of 25 to 50 years old and independent financial advisors who represent a $1 billion opportunity. What sets us apart from the competitors is that we are providing personalized, proactive, and also real-time guidance and linking clients to vetted financial professionals. Our revenue will stem from memberships, licensing, investments, and referrals. Our goal is to initially focus on onboarding women who are professionals. They are grappling with student debt, new mortgages, they're getting into serious relationships or exiting relationships, and they're at a stage where they are motivated to improve their financial situation. And we will be providing content that is centered around these life strategies through social media and blogs, and being a part of financial communities in Reddit and Facebook. Since we're now a part of Advocates and the Independent Advisors Network, we're going to be going on podcasts that are centered towards streamlining advisor practices. And we've also built significant relationships with media outlets and publications where we share personalized financial tips. And we've had significant milestones. We completed our MVP, and we're currently onboarding beta testers in order to launch. Our projected revenue is about $280,000 in revenue in our first year and growing year over year after that. We're seeking $250,000 that will be used towards enhancing the platform around security, hiring, marketing, and operations, and legal services. Our goal is to repay the funds over a 10-year period with a 5% interest. In order for us to really get to this stage, we've had a wonderful team in terms of Hekmat, my co-founder, and Aldine, and also wonderful advisors who've really helped us along our journey. Thank you so much for your time today.
All right, thank you very much, Zainab, for giving us that great presentation. Now we'll have some time for the judges to give you some feedback here. So let's have our first judge come up here. Cheryl, do you have any feedback for our presenter over here? Cheryl, you're muted. Just unmute yourself.
sorry, muted as well. Very well done, very precise, very clear. One question I have on your finances is, could you designate your different areas of income and where they fit in as a ratio to the total, so that we have a better understanding of where your market is? I'm still confused a little bit as to how you're going to raise money and reach all of these people and still give personalized service. So you need to just, you have the time to just speak a little more about how you're going to gather other financial advisors. I don't know if that's one of your plans, that you can designate 2 different geographical areas. How are you going to deal with the changes in law from one country to another, from one province to another, if you're going to be going global? These are some of the things that that are resonating with me in terms of allowing this to go beyond Ontario. So let's see how you can manage those, because there are compliance issues that you're going to be dealing with, and there are legal issues that you need to be dealing with in terms of giving advice in other areas. So let's have a look at how you're going to overcome that issue in terms of being able to manage that over the time. When you define your group of women, you're talking about their problems, which are well expressed.
Okay.
In your solutions, I would look at expanding with some research that is out there. I know it's out there.
Okay.
So back up your statements with some very clear research in terms of what women are experiencing in their financial lives, and use that as a fundamental base for your discussions. Using outside sources is very important in backing up what you're saying. And that needs to come into the business plan.
Just to clarify, Cheryl, in terms of the actual demographic, are you referring to at least stating that according to this research, 50% of these women face X, Y, and Z? Is that what you mean?
Okay. Get that back end research, but also look at doing some white paper studies on how women think.
Okay.
What are their hurt points from a research perspective? You're telling me that they're in transitions, they're dealing with debt, they're, all of these things. Get some research that shows some percentages or ratios or discussions around the challenges women face in having and managing their own finances. Some of it's going to be cultural, some of it's going to be knowledge-based, and some of it's going to be where they are in their lives and how they're treated by the institutions they deal with. And there's good research out there on that, so you need to get that and use it to your benefit. So you're making mistakes, now back them up with some good research and quote that research.
Okay, sounds good. That has been articulated in the business plan, but I'll definitely find a way to add it in here as well.
Just, it's very casual, the World Bank says.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
UNICEF says, the University of blah, blah, blah says, this research project indicated is the way you want to do it.
This is great. Thank you, Cheryl.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. Arun, go ahead. It's your turn now. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Zainab, very crisp, to the point, precise presentation. Really liked it. I just have a few quick points. Firstly, I think you need to deep dive into defining the problem more. Break that down, right? To anybody who's not from the industry, just break that further down to tell the intensity of the problem. That is number one. Then you can further segment into details, like Cheryl mentioned, great points there. I couldn't have said them better. But like Cheryl mentioned, more details into about women, research, studies, break that into different sections as well. There are working women, there are women who are running a business, there are mothers who have a specific corpus, which they want, they're not sure about how to invest or where to invest or not getting the right guidance. So break everything down into bite-sized pieces for everybody to understand the intensity and the gravity of the situation. 2 more points. You mentioned that you're raising money. Also specify how will the money be used. You just gave 3 bigger chunks that we want to use it for this. Just give your roadmap as well in 2 lines each, that for marketing, we plan to do out-of-home media, right? We want to tie up with banks. We want to tie up with financial institutions, credit card companies. Just define that and give a little bit more detail to that. And when you're talking about the revenue, I think, again, revenue also, you should distribute it into various buckets on how the revenue will be coming through which channel. That will give a lot more clarity as to where you are, how you want to go, and what does your goal look like. Those are my points. But overall, good and nice, crisp presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arun.
All right, thank you very much for that insight. Thank you to all the judges who gave the insight as well. Thank you very much for also presenting to us today, Zainab. Good job. And I hope that the feedback you've gotten, you'll be able to move forward with that as well.
I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, no problem, no problem. All right, so our next presenter, Oyin Lola Olusoga. Can you come up and turn on your camera and just present yourself? Okay, no problem. So no issue. So we'll move on to our next person. So Imani Moneta James, are you present today? If so, just put on your camera and turn on your mic, and we can go with you next.
Can you hear me?
All right. Oh yeah, no, great to see you again here with us. All right, so you can share your screen. I'm sure they'll give you access to that, and then you can start. No problem.
Let me open this slideshow. Oh. I'm just trying to open the slide as well.
Oh, no issue. Take your time.
All right.
Ready to go?
Hold on a second. Yeah, I got to share the screen first and then go to the slide, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I see. There we go. Can you see my slides?
Not at the moment, but give it a minute.
Okay, so sorry, we're just gonna have to, the first slide is not fixed yet, sorry. Okay, hi, I'm Imani James from Organic Soul Healing Arts, and the problem that I've noticed is resources are not in alignment with the needs of marginalized and victimized women of color who are struggling to succeed and in building beyond their circumstances while carrying the residue of trauma in their lives. 6.2% of women held board and management spots held by women of color. Women are 30% less likely than men to get promoted out of an entry-level job, and 4 out of 10 women have experienced intimate partner abuse. These are some of the elements that are impacting, the factors that are impacting the women that I have worked with as a career coach and a life coach for over 25 years. And so to remedy this challenge, I've designed a unique and proprietary framework and offer coaching and consulting to organizations and individuals. The competitive edge that I have developed is 2 frameworks that are focused on using spirituality as a success strategy and metaphysics for medicine in healing the traumas that these women that I work with are facing. We offer courses. We are looking to build a center, and we created a community and a coaching program that supports the women in overcoming these traumas. At the present, the market for coaching in the industry in Canada alone is $803 million. We're going to be basing our services globally online, and so we will be tapping into an even larger market. Right now, the average spend in my business is $800 per client. And we're looking to expand that. And we see an opportunity of reaching $1 million by offering 1 core product. And that core product is going to be our monthly subscribers. That's the mission that we're looking to scale within our business right now. Eventually we'll grow to offer the high ticket offers for our coaching clients and our healing clients. I have an awesome board of educators and healers that are supporting me as the team. And our growth strategy over the next 4 years will grow to include retreats and other services. But right now, our focus is to tap into our celebrity connections and partner with influencers to help amplify our presence and our social media impact. The investment right now that we're looking for is $5,000 so that we can apply that amount of money to our software and grow and focus on our branding and our organic marketing. In the future, for our growth strategy, we will be seeking $60,000, but for now, we want to just increase our presence on social media. We believe that women's wellness is wealth for all, and that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Imani. Okay, so our first judge to go on this one, Cheryl, do your thing. So tell her exactly what she needs to know about representation.
Imani, I'd love to see that you created a very specific focus. This is good. You need to address your qualifications. Why your legal qualifications as a coach. These are important when you're dealing with medical issues and health issues. And I define what you do as medical and mental. So let's get some qualifications in there. You are one of many, and you are differentiating yourself through your experience. You might want to add a very quick I story in there to define how you came through it yourself, what your success was on that. Okay. In terms of what you're offering, I'd like to see a change in language.
Okay.
So your core that's a good expression. The core is going to be, when you talk about subscription, let's talk about the subscription industry as a whole. Okay. So that there is an understanding on the part of the investor as to exactly what you were talking about. So, for example, the subscription-based business has increased by 460% in the last 5 years. Wow. And you can find that quote, and you can identify who actually did it. It's a research thing. So, yeah. Understanding and just making that a little bit bigger. Okay. Because the subscription-based model is a great model, and you need to be able to describe it and why you've chosen it. Okay. Okay, and it's a pricing points. It's a very low price point for entry. And then it is also something that they won't cancel because it's so low priced. Right. So it gives you continuity, and you don't have as much fallout from it. When you refer to higher ticket items, that is sort of insulting to people. I would suggest that you say added revenue opportunities. Added revenue opportunities. Okay. And then you could describe one or two in tranches. So the first one, you will be having a face-to-face opportunity. Another one, and just describe them so that people get a sense. Here's the core. That's the big funnel. From that big funnel, you're going to be able to draw higher impact opportunities. Yeah. So you're expanding your market, and you have added revenue streams, which are very important when you are focusing on a business. Yeah. And your $5,000 ask is way too low. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes we're afraid to ask for what we need. Okay. $5,000 in software is neither here nor there. Okay. I would up that. Okay. I would also determine how you're going to pay it back. Okay. Oh, yes. And your 60,000, would you please define what it's going to be spent on? Yes. And break it down, and also indicate what interest rate you're looking for, and your term of the loan. Term of the loan. Okay. Okay. And have a look at that and see what's being offered. Okay. So that you are within the range. Okay. What you might want to do is ask for 65,000 in tranches. So I need $65,000 in total. The first tranche is 5,000. The second tranche is, third tranche is, so that you have milestones. Okay. Yeah. That make the investor feel a little more comfortable, because they're not giving you all the money at once. Okay. And you're hitting those milestones. Okay. And you can sort of set that out as very quickly, but very precisely. Okay. First 5,000 we need for the first part. It'll be used at this point, and then when we hit that milestone, we'll be ready for the next one. So there's a comfort zone in terms of the lending process. Okay. Plus, you only pay for what you borrow. So you save money on interest.
All right, thank you very much, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Next, Arun. You get the floor now. It's your chance to give Imani some pointers here.
Thank you. I would have loved to see the presentation, but in the absence, I think Cheryl has laid out it very beautifully of what the major bullet points should be. And I think in your spiel, you need to tighten the spiel a little bit more. It's not lacking the impact
Okay.
that I would want,
Yes.
right? So if there is a way to, have less words with
Yeah.
a higher impact, I would love that, because the concept is nice.
Yeah.
And it would just land a solid punch
Okay.
and give a better representation to you and what you're wanting to do. So
Okay.
that's what I would say. Rest, I think Cheryl's very beautifully laid it out for you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you very much, Imani. We appreciate you for presenting. We know it's very, very daunting task, but we appreciate it. Appreciate you what you did today.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Okay, so our next presenter, we're going to be calling Adeola Mesoko. So are you here, Adeola? Okay, no, shoot. So our next person, Irene Hermanson. Are you here, Irene? Okay, good. I'm just going to go through the list, so it's okay. I'm just going through this list. So our next person, Aisi Niyupi. Not the best with names, but let's see. Okay. I'm just gonna move through this. I'm trying to see if some of our people are here. So let me just keep going through this one.
Excuse me, Ray, I see
Yes.
Aizi here. Aizi, are you here?
Crazy, okay.
MCO Foods. Okay, so let's move to the next person then.
Okay, move to the next person. No problem. All right. So okay, let's see. So our next person would be Hanane Soloyami. Give me a second. Let me just check it here. Okay, I don't think. If you're present, just put on your camera and put on your phone as well. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so I think Adesola is here, right? I believe that they're here. If you are present, then you can just put on your camera and you're unmute, and that we can set you up to present.
I see Hanan too here.
Hanan is here. Okay, great.
Yes.
So if Hanan's ready, they
Yes,
just.
but the problem is I have some technical issue. Would you mind to give me time to just fix this issue and then back to it?
Okay, that's no problem. No problem. All right, so let's yeah, you guys can just whoever is ready, just they can just flip on the camera and they're unmute.
And I see, are you having any technical issues? I find your name like you here. I see. Are you the one under the name MCO Foods? Okay, so we have Ali here. Ali, are you ready to go? Ali?
Yeah, he said he's ready to go.
Okay, Adeola is here. Let's go with Adeola then.
Oh, you want us to go with Adeola? Okay, great. So Adeola, if you're, can you put on your camera and unmute so we can go on to the next presentation today? Internet difficulties. Okay. So there's no issue. Ali, could you go next with us first then? Don't mind it, everyone. It's just a bit of a technical difficulty in some other people's side here. So just give everyone just a few minutes, just a minute or two to get ready. Oh, okay, no problem. Give us a second. So they said Ali said they can't turn on the camera. So just can we just resolve?
You
that
can
real
try
quick?
now, Ali.
Okay, awesome. So thank you, Ali, for coming up as well. So I'll let you give you the stage now. You can go ahead and present. So just share screen and then we can start.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see it. It's good. You can go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. I'm Ali Abedinpur, founder of Med, and I like to introduce our innovative medical device, the Smart Line Physio. Our journey starts with a vision for the future of care. The Smart Line Physio device is designed to improve the lives of those dealing with lying issues. Let's first understand the problem. Worldwide, over 1.5 billion people suffer from chronic lung diseases, leading to more than 4 million annual deaths, primarily from a condition like COPD. These alarming facts emphasize the urgent need for effective solutions. Respiratory patients, whether at home or healthcare facilities, often struggle with the challenging task of clearing lung secretions. Our story started in 2013 to create a new solution to solve the problem, the pulmonary patients. Traditionally, physiotherapy techniques like chest percussion have been used to clear mucus from the lungs and improve breathing. However, this method can be time-consuming, uncomfortable, and sometimes ineffective. Our goal was to create a device that not only effectively clear mucus from the lungs, but also user-friendly, portable, and customizable to individual patients. Final version was developed after creating 2 prototypes, undergoing scientific and functional testing, and receiving approval. We arrive at final version. The device combines hardware and software. By applying a smart force to the chest, the device effectively removes secretions. These forces are fine-tuned for the best performance. Application is crucial for presenting patient data and health information. Patient and doctors can communicate through our application. Patients are now active participants in their care, monitoring their progress, receiving detailed reports, and enabling doctors to customize treatment. The device is designed with simplicity in mind, making it easy to use for both patients and caregivers. Our device helps a wide range of patients with breathing issues. It works for all age groups in the category and also benefit those with conditions like muscle diseases or nerve disorder that indirectly affect lung function. Let's take a closer look at how our device meet the needs of Canadians with the respiratory challenge. First, consider COVID-19 and asthma is widespread, affecting 3.8 million of Canadians of all ages. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, with 1.5 billion. Although initial cost and regularity exist, our cost-effective approach significantly reduce hospitalization expenses. Unlike competitors, we offer superior pricing with the latest technology. We are stronger when all of these technologies are integrated into a portable smart device. This all-in-one solution sets us apart and position us for global expansion and seamless integration with the telehealth service. In a competitive landscape, we acknowledge the need of continuous improvement. Let's look at global airway clearance system markets. Sorry?
Oh no, they're just telling you you have 1 minute left. Go ahead.
Let's look at the global airway clearance system market size, projected to reach USD 1991 million by 2013. The global airway clearance system market presents a substantial opportunity for innovative solutions like our smart device. The following is our roadmap for the next months and years. 2023, the submission of US patent and for safeguard our IP. 2024, we target the submission of our device for Health Canada. And after that, 2025, international expansion and brand extensions. And we are developing a special hospital version and clinic specific version. And the amount of investment we need is 1.1 million. So it's crucial to have a clear understanding of how we are utilizing our fund. Regulatory compliance, 13% is essential for market readiness. Clinical trials and testing, 25%. Production scaling, 25%. And marketing entry, 20%. So it's our team, and thank you for attention.
All right, so thank you very much, Ali, for that presentation. I'll hand it off to our judges now to give you some feedback here. So whoever wants to go first on the judges side, turn your camera, unmute it, let's go.
It was a very good presentation, very nicely laid out facts. However, I think it'll be wise in terms of healthcare to define the cross-functional use versus the core issue and the areas of use. When we talk about COPD, I didn't see a mention of organ transplantation. For somebody who's getting a lung and heart transplant, it will be of use to them as well. What does that market size look like? Other markets, what those could be? What are the other specialties that we could look at for use of this product? That is one thing that I would want to define. Second, you very nicely defined the market when you mentioned COPD and the numbers. I think I missed that. Was that the number of patients that you were referring to in that slide?
Yes, I have a the number, yes.
My 2 cents, I would also associate the number of patients with that market category, in terms of the dollar value, so that it gives a better understanding that, okay, this is the number of patients, this is the average size of each patient, and this is the application, and this is the overall market size of that segment. When we are talking about the product, you clearly define that these are the 3 categories for individuals and for corporates and for the hospitals. Can we also give a little bit of overview of what the profit margins are, how you're looking to make that money, I understand that we're trying to sell a product, but if a product we're trying to sell and I know there is a 40% margin on it, I know I'll be able to recoup my money in the next 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, maybe give the investors that understanding of when they can see their money coming back to them, maybe the whole amount with interest, double, whatever. And then, I think those were the main points. Whenever we are talking about the numbers in healthcare, having worked for 16 years in healthcare, always give both the comparative of cost per patient with the revenue per patient. And whenever you're giving the number of, the number of a specific disease, give the cross-functional and the monetary value of that industry. So how big is a COPD market in North America, in Canada, in the US? Break that down a little bit for a better understanding. So I think that would land very nicely with the investors as well, because they'll be able to understand that the numbers with the dollar value and how they get the money back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your presentation was very, very precise. There's a couple of issues in terms of just comfort. Don't read. Use your slides and learn what you're going to say. Use the slide to teach yourself and remind yourself of what you're going to say. Then talk to the camera. Don't look down and read it, because your voice becomes a monotone and we lose the excitement of what you're doing. You spoke of many, many features. I would like you to change that to the benefits. There's a difference between the features. I don't care about the features. I care about the benefit. So when you're speaking about your product, get excited about how it's going to change people's lives. That's what's going to excite people, and that's what's going to help people understand the incredible value of what you bring to the table. I'm not that well versed in your product, but I am looking at a couple of things that I think you could re-emphasize. It was the portability of it. Let's really look at that, because that people don't want to be tied to an oxygen tank and a mask. So how does it change a person's life to have that portability and the connection to your telephone? The other one that I'd like to look at is how you can reduce hospital costs. Give me a dollar figure and time spent in hospital. Those are invaluable in terms of showing your investor that you're going to get agreement from your health professionals that are going to allow you to use this product, because you've got a huge hurdle in getting this accepted through the FDA and Health Canada. And you also want to get it also accepted by the different health coverages. So in Canada, we've got our provincial coverage, but in the States, you're going to have to be talking to all the different private medical services that cover cost of care. And that is going to be a key element, is how can they save money? And you want them to have it included in their coverage. That'll make a huge difference to your sales. So let's have a discussion on not how you're going to market it, but who is going to accept it, why they're going to accept it, and what is the rationale for that acceptance. Because although the end user is the one with COPD or any of these other issues, you've got an interim organization that you're going to have to deal with, other than Health Canada and the FDA. You're going to have to deal with all these different organizations that have it, the Medicare, all of these different ones. And in the States particularly, it's quite segmented, and you need to be able to talk about it, because each one will make their own decision as to whether it's covered or not. I didn't hear a final price point. How much does this thing cost?
$7,000.
$7,000 for each person?
Yeah.
How can you bring that price down?
Actually, our computer, the price is 20,000. So
Okay.
yeah, we are 7,000, and we are.
Okay, that didn't come out. That's a key element. Most competitors are 20,000. You're 7. That's remarkable. What would drive the price down further? would volume in sales drive the price down further? Would exporting it to other countries for manufacture drive the price down? Can you maintain quality if you ship it overseas? Those are some of the discussions that are going to be important. You know, hearing aids today are about $7,000. So it in medical terms, it fits, but you need to talk about it in terms of what people have to put in their pockets. You know, will different organizations pick up part of the cost?
Yes.
So those conversations will enhance the lender's understanding of the marketplace and help the lender understand where you fit and why you will grow beyond others. And one of them is price point. At the bottom end, always it's the bottom line, right? The price.
Yeah.
And that's a powerful statement you've made, but it didn't come out in your presentation. That should be like flashing on your PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Okay. So don't be afraid of numbers. Don't be afraid of talking about money. Bring that to the fore. Focus on your benefits to the end user, to the medical system, the medical doctors, to the Medicare systems, to the government.
Yeah.
You've got many constituents that you are answering to that you have to have numbers for. But the quality of life is going to be the end of it. That's what you're selling, is a change in the quality of life. You change people's lives. Okay.
Thank you.
You've got to get that heart. You were too scientific. Let's get the heart. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting today, Ali. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so our next presenter, Adiola Meseko. And don't mind me if I mess your name up. That's just not the best of names all the time. But Adiola, can you put on your camera and unmute? Can we please give them opportunity to do that? Okay, great. Adiola, you're still muted. Just so you're mute. Okay, great. Thank you for presenting today. You can just share your screen, and when you're ready to go, the stage is yours.
Okay.
All right, we can see your screen. Go ahead.
Okay, just a moment, please. Okay, just a moment.
No, take your time. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Okay. Think I'm ready. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Just let me know when to start. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, we can hear you perfectly. It's okay. You can start now.
Okay. Thank you. I come before you today, not just a cake baker, but a dream weaver, a taste maker, and a creator of moments that linger in your memory. I am Adiola Meseko, the visionary and the creative director of Dimes Cakes, where we do not just about baking cakes, we craft experiences, we craft dreams and transform events into timeless memories. Each cake we create is a masterpiece. Oh, a canvas of flavors and emotion waiting to be unveiled. Today, I invite you all into the enchanting world of Dimes Cakes, where we breathe life into sugar and flavor. We believe that we believe where we bring life into sugar and flavor. We believe that every occasion, big or small, deserve to be celebrated, where we give you a slice of heaven. And that is precisely what Dimes Cakes has come to deliver. Dimes Cakes started right back in Nigeria over 10 years ago, and is a household name.
Then we relocated to Canada in 2022 in July. Started the business in December, and we got registered in the city of Saskatoon in February 2023. And we've been able to record so many of our successes, and these are some of our products and the things we do. Why is Dimex? Why did I start? Why did we start the business in Canada? When we came, I wanted something different, like that is not too sugary. I'm married to a pharmacy, and we run a pharmacy in Nigeria. I've been in the retail business for over 10 years as well. So I needed something to be health conscious. I'm health conscious about it, and the donor was sugary. So I made some donuts and gave to some friends. And most of them said this is what they've actually been looking forward to. So that was the beginning when people started ordering for things from us. Being health conscious is one of our goals. And of course, there was an opportunity in one of the community. I belong to several community engagement where we have Nigerians, where people bring about ideas. So there was an opportunity to train teenagers, and I volunteered to train teenagers. And I posted the videos of our training and gave them recipes, and that I currently still use. A lot of people were thrilled that I could give so much and I still make business. I would say that is the beginning of our business in Canada. Over the month, we've been able to record sales from about 1,000 to over 4,000, and that is over 10 months. And I must say that is great for us. What is our vision? Our vision is to be the leading and preferred cake designer in Canada and beyond, with outstanding quality in taste, to be able to serve our numerous clients across the globe. What is our mission? Is to add color to every event through our baking product that single into the taste bud of our clients. That is what, when we taste about our Dimex, every taste is a delight, value guaranteed, 100%. That is what we promise our customer. What are our values? Integrity, using the best product at every time, excellent customer service. Empowerment is one of the things we want to do. Training people. So when I came to Canada, it was easy for me because this is part of what we've been doing. I've trained over a few people in Nigeria, and coming to Canada, I want to replicate such great business that stood the test of time. I also need to let you know from Dimex, we've been in Nigeria, currently in Nigeria, we have Dimex Salon. That is one of the diversification that we have. We have Alec Pharmacy. Those are things that we've been able to produce. We want to replicate such in Canada. In Canada right now, in Saskatchewan, the industry revenue for bread and baked production in Saskatchewan is about 11.7. The average revenue for the sector is 5 billion. Dimex can want to take about 1%. 1% is a lot, but I know we can achieve it. We can achieve it with a plan that we're bringing to the board right now. Okay, and these are some of our products. You can see customized products. Whenever customers come to us, we give them customized products. And of course, why Dimex? What makes Dimex unique? We want to eat. Some people want gluten-free cakes. Some people do not want. People do not want eggs in some of their products. And creativity is our uniqueness. We are creative in whatever we do. We give customers that personalized service. You know, people said they want that different taste from the regular, and that is what makes Dimex to be different. Referral, we are big on referral. If you go to our Google
1
right
minute
now,
left.
okay, you go to our Google, we see a lot of referral. This is our sales progression, and of course, this is our financials. What is our request right now? We need about 25,000. Over this weekend, we did over 200 snacks and over 100 chin-chin. It was stressful. We want to automate our system. We want to get a card for us. We need our own card. We do not have our own card currently. I share car with my husband to do delivery. We need a mixer. We need a machine, that's a chin-chin machine. We need oven, several things. We believe we can achieve it, and this is our future plan. We want to empower more people. We want to train people. We want to employ more people, because that is the essence of small-scale businesses, to be able to employ more people into the business. Okay, this is our goal. We want to have a website. We want to introduce more products, and we want, more people into our team to be able to increase our capacity, reduce the baking hours. What is our 5-year plan? cake studio, employ more staff, training and empowerment. We can achieve it. Baking is my passion. This is what I've been doing over some years back in Nigeria. Coming to Canada, I believe we can achieve this together with my team. We can do it. This dream is possible. I believe that given me the opportunity to expand my business, how we will be able to achieve our dream, we need about $25,000 to achieve our dream. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Very passionate presentation over there. Really like to see passionate businesses come here and really fighting all the barriers of language and everything like that. We really appreciate that. Okay, so our next, so thank you very much for that presentation. So judges, whoever wants to go first and give some feedback, we would really appreciate it. And also, Adiola, you can unshare if you want. We just want it so we can showcase the judges.
Okay, I can stop the share, right?
Yeah, no, you can stop sharing. It's okay. But thank you. So Cheryl, can you give Adiola some feedback here? Thank you.
You have a lot of passion. Congratulations. I would suggest you slow your speech down. When we're excited, we tend to speak too quickly. I would suggest that you work on your presentation in terms of the visuals. You had it on working mode, not on show mode. So I had all your working documents on the side. There's some work that needs to be done there to polish it off. I'm unclear as to whether this is a very local business that you will only do in your local geographical area, or will you be shipping cakes from an online ordering system? I'm unsure at this point. Is that in your plans, or are you just focused on the local? So you need to define that. I would look at redefining your market, your target market, and your price points. Everybody seems to be afraid of putting a dollar sign against their work, and that's very Canadian. It's not in your best interest or anyone else's best interest not to talk about the dollars and the cents. So we need to know what kind of price you're going to be charging for these wonderful creations. We're going to be looking at, is it just special events? So it's birthday, anniversary, and there are all these wonderful creations, or do you do more practical and pragmatic things like quick breads and cakes and that sort of thing for more general use? You know, how do you divide out your income stream from those two different types of services? What are you doing to spread the word? Those are all part and parcel of talking about the plan. So are you using social media? Are you, you said you want to have cameras so you can shoot some of this stuff. That's great. Your website, how you're going to reach out to people. And again, price point's going to be key. The way you're doing it is not cheap. So that does, to a certain extent, limit your market. But how do you address that issue? How do you address the fact that these gorgeous creations are very expensive? And how do you address the issue? Do you have different creations for different price points? So those are some of the things you want to look at. Be more specific in terms of where you're located, how you're creating this. The fact that you're building jobs is good, but you've got it all mixed together. I would separate it out. And make it more point by point by point, so that there's better clarity and understanding for the listener in understanding what you're attempting to do. So 1 is building out your business, 2 is reaching out to people, 3 is getting the equipment you need, and 4 is training and creating jobs. Make it very specific. It'll be easier for people to follow who are not part of the business. Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Right, so thank you. Next, Arun, give her some feedback.
Thank you. I think your passion for cakes comes across very well, and you have a very good modulation and speech, but take a breather, breathe, slow down, let everybody understand and grasp and see the slide and also understand what you're trying to say, because when you're trying to fit everything into that 5 minutes, you tend to just pace through everything. So that misses out the points. Stop where it's very important and flow through where you think this is just good to know information or just for them to listen. So that is one. I would think you need to split products and categories and markets. And then also your USP slide where you were talking about your products. Those need to be on 2 different slides. It cannot be on one slide. It was a very text heavy. Try incorporating graphs of what the market is, how your trajectory is looking, what pace are you taking, and then what year-on-year growth are you looking at. And also use bullet points very clearly. Club the bullet points in case if you have to. And at this stage, or whenever, if you think it's right, there are people available, freelancers. You can utilize those people to prepare your pitch deck PPTs for you, and they do a great job. So I think those $500 to invest in that pitch deck might be really helpful. I understand that you have this tried and tested concept in Nigeria. Kudos to you, amazing. But then you deviated on a lot about Nigeria that we have now. We have pharmacies also. We have this, it's good to know about your journey. But then in case if you spread across many different verticals at this stage, I think it leaves the investor unclear if you are trying to build this right now, or are you trying to do or replicate that model right now? Because those markets, African market and the Nigeria market is very different, right, from what it is. And if a person has an understanding that this type of cakes works in Abuja, it works in Lagos, Calabar, but may not work in a smaller place like a Kano City, then they would get through that. And they would understand that, okay, this is a very urban city thing that we're looking at. So try to give a variation of what you're trying to do and how you're trying to do. Defining the target markets, segmenting them into various buckets will be very nice. And use the word personalized. I think that's exactly the word that you wanted to use, but I did not see the use of personalized too much. So cater to an individual in a personalized way that to one person is taken care of in a specific way. Just give a customer journey, for example, if you're trying to define what the process of ordering cakes and how you do that personalized cake orders. So those were my points, but a great job.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan, for running.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and thank you for your passion as well. We hope that you got some value out of this at least. Thank you so much. All right, so our next presenter will be Irene Hermanson. So Irene, when you're ready, you can come up here. And then you can unmute and put on your camera.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll
no
just
problem.
share my slide as well here.
Okay, great. You already know what to do. No problem.
Great. And let me know if everyone can see that, the PowerPoint slide.
We can see it, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. And good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Irene Harmson. I'm speaking on behalf of Cove Neurosciences, along with my CEO, Nardine Samuel, who'll be pitching tomorrow. And look, if you can envision these people, it's difficult to understand whether they have depression, Alzheimer's disease, or a risk of Parkinson's disease as they grow older. But if we look at these people, it's very difficult to tell just by looking at them if they're developing some of these disorders. If you look at their brains, though, with imaging, it's similarly very difficult to tell if someone will get depression, anxiety, concussion, PTSD, schizophrenia, or Parkinson's disease. And interestingly, all these MRIs or brain imaging are actually looking very normal. And so currently brain data is showcased on a two-dimensional view, images, different brain signals, but in reality, the brain functions in 3D networks. And there's a huge neuroscience field looking into the field of biomarker research. And we really want to treat brain disease using a network-based approach. And so the problem is converting neuroimaging data into measurable biomarkers. And really, there's a lack of measurable and validated biomarkers for neurologic and psychiatric disease. And this involves both the academic realms, medical researchers looking for new diagnoses, as well as in the pharmaceutical and medical device sphere. And so the real problem is that treating brain diseases requires an understanding of the networks in the human brain, but this is costly, both from a time perspective, as well as requiring data engineers and neuroscientists experts. There's also a lack of a gold standard in the field when we start to analyze and process this brain imaging data. Our solution from Cove Neurosciences is Cove Connect, and this is an automated software platform to derive precision biomarkers from brain data. And really, we want to treat brain diseases via an understanding of the networks, the brain connectivity within the human brain. And so Cove Connect, which is our automated software tool and platform, provides an input for medical researchers, pharmaceuticals, medical device companies to upload their acquired brain data, whether it be MEG or EEG based or fMRI imaging. We then do various processing and sensor analysis to transform the 2D data into 3D source analysis, as well as connectivity analysis and representing the brain activity in the form of networks. And we've been successful, both my co-founder and CEO, Nardine Samuel, as well as myself. We've published many papers on this topic, looking at consumer-grade electroencephalography devices for the detection of brain tumors. We're using different network-based approaches for tumors. And our research extends into the fields of depression, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's disease. In terms of our competitors in this market, there's a few, including Firefly Neuroscience, Omniscient Technology, and Rune Labs. However, we're working on intellectual property that sets us apart. And we're specifically focusing on academic initiatives, wearable EEG, as well as targeting pharma and medical device industry studies. This all sets us apart from our competitors. We also have great expertise from the neuroscience sphere. Both myself and co-founder are neurosurgeons by training, and we're really driving the team effort with a great team behind us. We're specifically targeting the pharma and medical device industry. And in terms of this market size and validation, we're targeting a global neurosciences market that is upwards to 48.5 million USD, which is estimated by 2027. Out of that, the SAM is 3.5 billion. And then the sizable market, or the SOM, the attainable market, is around 1.8 billion USD. And we think that conservatively, Cove can reach 3 to 5% of the global neurosciences market. In terms of our business model, we're focusing on a business-to-business software as a service, a hybrid approach, whereas the user can either use Cove.
Sorry, Aaron, the time is up.
Okay, oh, sorry.
Thank you. No issue, Aaron. You can stop sharing for now. Arun,
Okay, sure.
you can go first.
It is a very interesting concept. I loved the way you started, and I was keen to go for more.
Mm-hmm.
The only based on the current understanding that I have, which is not too much in this industry, I would want to know if how has this been, you've written papers, but how has this been tried or tested? Have you spoken to patient advocacy groups? Have you spoken to doctors? Have you spoken to the network providers, the insurance companies? Because I think giving an understanding about that as well will really, really help the cause, so that the other person, whoever is sitting across the table, will get a clear, definitive answer. Okay, I know this is a very challenging industry to go inside, but they already have clearly laid out of what their approach will be. I think that probably was in the future slides, which we did not. But in case if that's not mentioned, I think a lot of pictures that I've seen, patient advocacy groups are not very heavily focused, or they're taken into consideration. But I think those are very, very important considering the North American market and specifically the US, knowing the size of the market. And once you have the target and in sight, and also the way that you will land there in the US, I think all the other places follow soon enough.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gerald.
I can tell that you are a scientist, and that's very important, and you are highly qualified, but you have to change hats. Now you are a marketer and you're selling an idea. Right. So don't start at the beginning and take us through to the end. Start at the end and then back it up. So tell us, what do you do? I didn't get it right away. I'm listening to the facts and figures, but I'm saying, so what? I needed you to tell me up front who Cove is and what you do and why you do it. Then back it up. Right. Okay. It's going to be more lively. So focus on, where the problem is. Yes, you did that well, but I want to know why your solution is so much better. I understand you converting from 2D to 3D is a simple understanding for non-medical people to understand. And remember always that the people whom you're generally speaking to in this particular instance are not medical people. So you have to change your language, and you have to talk about the end results of what all this wonderful science is going to do. And so that will change how you do the presentation, and it will change how you reach people. So converting from 2D to 3D, what's the impact of that? What does that, you said it, but I want you to say it differently for the non-medical world. If you're talking to a group of medical practitioners, your presentation is wonderful. If you're talking to people like me, no, because I don't need to know what you're saying. I need to know what's it going to do for me. Right. Okay. So I have a husband with dementia. I'm interested in what you're doing. Right. So I need to know at the end of the day, if you ran your Cove system through all his medical data, what would be the end result, and how would it impact his life? Right. And how would it save money? Or how would it give better quality of life? Would it speed up the process of identification of the problems? Would it speed up or change how people are treated if they had better knowledge? So you talked about features. I want to hear the benefits. Right. This is a classic, and to everyone that's on this presentation, all 26 of you, please understand, features are not important. Benefits are what are important. I don't care about features. It doesn't impact my life. You tell me what the benefits are, and that will change my life. And that's what you need to focus on. So, and use a story, use an example. You do brain imaging. If you give me facts and figures, you use one part of your brain. If I tell you a story, you're going to use 7 or more parts of your brain. Right. So telling stories resonates with people, particularly when you're talking about science and it's very difficult to understand. So start taking all this wonderful information, and what you're actually doing is remarkable, and telling that story in a way that resonates with the people who are not medical. And then talk about how you're going to reach out. So you say business to business, that's fine. Define it. Okay, who's the decision maker? Who is the one who's going to make the decision as to who's going to buy this software? Is it at the hospital level? Is it at the practitioner level? What about all the different medical alphabet soup of medical people in the US particularly? Every medical unit, I can't even remember the names of them anymore, but there's so many of them, and they all have their decision-making process. How would it impact them saving money? Because as you well know, in the US, when it comes to medical care, the bottom line is money.
Of course.
So will it change how they're able to diagnose these issues? If I had pre-knowledge of an existing or the opportunity to acquire a certain illness, how would it impact my life? Do I need to know? Are there things I can do to change so that I can postpone it? These are some of the conversations that are the benefits of what you're doing that can change how people respond to the remarkable software that you've created. Do you use AI? Okay, that's important. Is there an AI component to this? What's the breadth and depth of what you're offering? And how does it impact the individual? How does it impact the medical community? How does it impact the insurance and all those people that have to make those decisions? And how does it impact quality of life? Those are the stories you need to tell in order to get the funding you need to be able to bring this to market appropriately. And when you do bring it to market, what is the story you're going to tell, and how many audiences do you have to tell the story to?
Right.
Okay.
Great.
Phenomenal work that you're doing. Very excited about what you're doing. Way past its time. So congratulations on that. Let's just get it to the place where people can understand it and buy into what you have to offer.
Great. Thank you so much for that valuable feedback.
Yes. Thank you very much for that feedback, Cheryl. Thank you for your time, Irene, as well, for presenting with us. I just want to thank Aaron for spending time and actually helping us, giving us feedback today. He has a specific amount of time to spend with us today, and he really did a good job of giving them some feedback here. So I just want everyone to note that we're going to take a 15-minute break. That will continue with our next presenters. And I just want to, before you take the break, I want everyone to know that Ayasi, you're our next presenter. So just note when we come back, you're our next presenter as well, just so it's not a surprise. So everyone, just a 15-minute break, and we'll be right back. Thank you.
its annual Friends of Africa FOA Economic Roundtable, CASA Foundation brings together business owners and professionals in the public and private sectors in Africa and North America to share their perspectives on key economic and infrastructure development initiatives with a goal to collaborate on the execution of these ideas for the development of better communities in Africa. annual Friends of Africa FOA Economic Roundtable, CASA Foundation brings together business owners and professionals in the public and private sectors in Africa and North America to share their perspectives on key economic and infrastructure development initiatives with a goal to collaborate on the execution of these ideas for the development of better communities in Africa.
Thank you. I hope everyone was able to get a bit of a break over there. So our next speaker, don't mind me with the names. Names aren't my specialty, I would say that. But for next person, Aissi, Ayissi. That's our next person. Okay, great. Thank you. We already started, so you get 5 minutes, and then we'll have our judges give some feedback. Thank you.
Great. Thank you everyone for having me today. My name is Aissi. I am the founder of MKO Foods. MKO Foods means Enterprise Made for Cacao, cacao with a K. I started the company in 2016 because I grew up around cocoa farms in Cameroon, and I've seen a lot of issues related to cocoa farming. The company is located in Mission, British Columbia. We have chosen the district because we can easily have access to our shipment, and we can distribute our products in the province and outside as well. The company was incorporated in 2016. We have been part of different incubators across Canada. We have been members of different chocolate associations in France, US, and Canada. We have raised 1 million, secure facility, purchased equipment, bring containers of raw cacao beans, and we have certified our products organic, vegan, and the facility is ASAP GMP and SQF as well. We have partnered with different businesses to help promoting and distribute our products. And our vision is really to engage the small cocoa farmers throughout our supply chain and to pay them fairly. Why? Because we are still in an industry that relies on the back of cheap labor. We are still in an industry that forces children to harvest the cocoa beans. And there is a lot of youth turning away from farming. And we are also dealing with a lot of deforestation to grow the cocoa beans. MKO envision a world where we will train the small cocoa farmers to understand the international standards and the value of the cocoa beans. We offer inclusive job opportunities in the community. We also help improving access to the farms, and of course, empowering women's involvement in manufacturing in Canada and farming in Cameroon. MKO Foods' business model is importing the raw cacao beans, and what's important, we manufacture those raw cacao beans into 7 cocoa ingredients. Those cocoa ingredients are cocoa nibs, cocoa powder, chocolate chips, cocoa butter, cocoa mass that are used for further processes. We are a wholesaler at 90%. So our customers are bakers, ice cream shops, cereals makers, cookies makers. And at 10%, we sell to retailers into our own brand. We are today into 20 retail stores, and we are planning to be at least in 300 in 2 years. MCAL Foods really put a priority on fairly pay the small cocoa farmers. We are in an industry that hit billions since decades, a mature market. This is why we came out with a niche product. We came with a strategy that will only sell to people who cares about sustainable practices, who wants to know the names of our small cocoa farmers, and who wants to support local manufacturing. Our strategy is to serve the North American market, expand to the US and Asia. So far, we were able to bring containers. We were able to put traceability on the QR codes on all our packaging. What it means is that when you scan the QR code in our packaging, you can see who, you can see where it was grown, you can see the date it was processed, and who manufactured the product. We were rewarded by the TV Social Enterprise Award this year for our efforts on putting the farmers first. We were published in different magazines and Foodie of the Year 2022. Last year, we hit 150,000 in revenues. And all of that was possible because of my incredible team. I surrounded myself with people who are helping me in my manufacturing processes, my chocolate formulation, my export strategies, my sales. And today we are seeking capital to bring more inventory, to build up the team. And thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. Next, we'll have our judges give you some feedback here. So firstly, Zainab, could you mute, please? And next, Cheryl, can you give our presenters some feedback? Thank you.
Okay, great presentation, very clear. You are actually, and you want to learn the terminology, you are a for-profit social enterprise. And that means as a social enterprise that everything you touch in your operations is socially responsible. And so that is very important to bring forward, that is understood in the terminology that's used in the industry today. So you are a for-profit social enterprise. I would like to see some statistics from Cameroon on the market and the cocoa farmers. How many children are actually involved in the trade? How is that being handled? A little more what I would call meat to the presentation, and very quickly, you know, X number of children are found to be still working in the fields. Here's what and a relationship between the money earned and what it buys. We cannot relate minimum wage in Canada to other countries. So you would want to say that a cocoa farmer gets paid X amount for whatever they do and what that buys for them, so that we get a sense of how dire the situation is and how it can be improved. And cocoa is one of those things that I know is a hot button in terms of environmental issues and in terms of honoring the farmer. So we need to just give them some meat on it. You might be able to find some stuff on WHO and on World Bank and United Nations that could be very impactful in terms of showing what you're actually doing and the changes that you're making. So some numbers attached to that would be very, very good. In terms of you're a business to business, you're in BC, and you're supplying to other organizations. I'd like to get a sense of you are processing the cocoa beans to a certain extent. I'd like to a little more description or pictures on it. What does it look like? Nibs, you said. What do nibs look like? The picture of that would be really great because the visual would help understand what you're doing. I would like to know how you reach these people. What's your marketing plan? What's your sales plan? How do you build your sales and marketing programs to inform people of what you have to sell and how you're going to do that. What formats do you have a sales team? Are you doing cold calls? What advertising are you using to support yourself? All of these things are key elements that need to be addressed. So that will be very helpful in terms of understanding your business. And I think that you've got a wonderful opportunity here to build a great success. I don't know too many people who don't like chocolate.
Sure. Yeah.
Me included. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura?
Great, thank you. Can we get our next reviewer, Dr. Rui, could you give our presenters some feedback here as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. How are you? Good to see you, Alicia. Yeah. And thank you again for those comments, Cheryl. Thank you. Yeah, Cheryl already made a few comments. I'll just quickly say, I would add by saying that the ask is always very important. So you're looking for capital. How much are you looking for? Need to state it.
250,000.
Right.
Yes, I was running out of time, so I just stopped at 5. But
Well,
it's
that's the main thing. Remember, and keep in mind again. I see that the host actually introduced us as judges. We're not judges. We're only reviewing this. Remember, because then the finalists and so on, we have to zero in on that and make a presentation in that regard. What is important? The reason you're here. That's the purpose. Your capital. You want to increase it. What is that amount? What specific amount? That's your ask. It's important you state it. So whatever you do, make sure you state your ask. Is it 5K? Is it 250? Is it 50? It's got to be clear. 2, huge, lengthy description of your product perhaps might not really help, because if people are interested, you just need to catch the attention of your judges and the audience. And so one of the quickest ways to do that is to ensure that you state your value proposition. This is the product. This is what we're bringing into the market. This is what we've done before. Remember again what we taught in class. This is what we've done before. This is what here are the things we've achieved. Yes, you've been recognized by some media, this and that. And here are the benefits to the people. People always buy the things that will benefit them. If it's not beneficial, they're not going to buy. So yes, you've received all this recognition. How has it affected or impacted the lives of people? You need to be able to clearly state that. And so once you've done that, tell us about the ask. Of course, the statistics is very important. Statistics. What's the market saying? Who are the people in the market currently? Where are you in that market? Are you top 50? Are you top 100? Are you below? It doesn't matter. What is important is that value proposition, because you may be ranking at, below the line or below the radar in the market currently. But what you're doing about that is what matters to your investors. So they want to hear that. Now, this is your strategy. And that strategy includes operational strategy, financial strategy, marketing strategy. How are you going to go into the market? With platforms, yes, you described a bit of that, but just zero in on those specific areas, because when you make it too lengthy, people might lose your train of thought. So use your bullet points. And then when you're making your presentation, and that goes for everyone in the room, all of our contestants today, once you're making your presentation, when the judges are making their comments, keep your presentation on the screen. That way they can keep, particularly the most important slides or what you really want them to see. Perhaps you have 1 or 2 other slides and you don't think you've been able to finish it. This is the time to keep rotating that as they're speaking, so that 1 or 2 judges can actually catch some of the things that you didn't conclude, or some of the statements you were unable to make. And then they can actually sit and say, oh, I see you have that. It's actually on the slide. You didn't get there, but they can catch it. So this is very important for you to note. It's also important that when your judges are speaking to you, when you get to the final pitch stage, the stage, when they are speaking to you, it's important that you don't try to answer the questions. Take your notes. If you have, except they ask you a specific question, and then make sure they all finish, and then do a quick response, so you don't take time out from the other contestants. but it's important. You save a lot of time that way. And then it shows that you're patient and that you're taking it all in. All right, those will be my comments. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, BMC.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that presentation. We appreciate your time. And also, thank you for reviewing all these presentations so far. Thank you to all our judges as well. All right, so our next presenter, we got, okay, don't mind me, HANNANE SOLEYMANI. So we need we need our next presenter to come up as well. Are you present right now? Just so we can know. Let's see. Okay, no problem. We can move on to the next person. Okay, so Donna Lee Grant, are you present here?
Sorry, she's here.
Okay, great. So Donna Lee, you can
Sorry.
Donna, you can come on, you can put on your camera and mute. So let's just give them a second to come up here. Oh, okay, so okay, no problem. Okay, they're just giving our next presenter some access. So just give some. Okay. Okay, so I've just been notified that Nairobi Vision is going to be next. I've just been notified that. So if we can get that person access to start.
Yes, Nairobi, you can go on.
Yep. Yeah. So Nairobi Vision, if you can put on your camera and mute, then we can let you go.
Okay, I believe it's Mana, do you want to go? And then comes Nairobi. Mana Koji.
It looks like Mana's been able to get on there. All right, Mana, you can share your screen and then we'll let you start. Thank you. Mana, we can't hear you at the moment, so just take a minute just to check your voice.
Mana, if you can hear us, please stop talking. We cannot hear you. Mana, can you please put your hand up if you can hear us? Okay, please, your sound is off for some reason and you need to bring your camera down so we can see your face.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you. Now bring your camera down so we can see you.
Hi.
Much better. Thank you. Please start over again.
I'm tracking. Yes, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, we can see it. You can start now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me today. A while ago, I was determined to get to fit and healthy. I set some crazy, ambitious goals, working out 5 times a week, a strict diet, daily meditation, the whole self-improvement agenda. That the first week was great, but soon life happened. Slowly but surely, my motivation went downhill. The cheat days became a norm. But the worst thing? I started blaming myself. The truth is people have two important stories during their habit forming journey. People who struggle to get started on their journey and those who struggle to stick to their routine. My story is a lot like stories the second. This story is the story of many of us. My name is Mana and welcome to Habito. We are asking ourselves a question. What if AI could help people build a positive habit? That's exactly what we've built. Habitomic provides AI personalized coaching tailored to each user's needs and personality. Our AI coach started dialogues with users and understand the user's unique need and preference. Then recommend appropriate habits aligned with the individuals to help break bigger goals down into mini habits that are more manageable. Research shows that 52% of Canadians want better healthy habits. 25% US adults tried behavior change. It illustrates the importance of mental health in people's lives. Several competitors are paying attention. However, what sets Habitomic apart is our unwavering commitment to personalized habit forming. Our unique approach empowers users with personalized habit, creating clear path to lasting change. We found out exciting growing opportunity in our target market by 2027. The North American market for Habitomics is estimated to be worth around $30 million. How we want to monetize? I should say it would be freemium model. We are A/B testing the subscription model. User will be able to choose the monthly or yearly plan and access the some feature like personalized coach analysis and some specific tip, unlimited habit and mini habit, custom habits journey. We're targeting 30 to 45 years old who exhibit specific behavior traits and are actively looking for ways to improve their physical and mental health. As a part of our GTM strategy, we use content marketing, tailored content, influencer marketing, digital, and PR in order to target and acquire our audience. With your help at this stage, we can empower the business to develop a new feature and scale up. We have allocated a portion of our budget to marketing and advertising, which will allow us to attract more users and generate revenue from our subscription model. This budget covers the next year of operations. We have an innovative and talented team with more than 10 years of experience in different fields. With this diverse team, we cover all aspects of the business and moving forward. Embrace the power of the habit. Now it's time and take the first step. Download now and join the Habito family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imana, for that presentation. I'll open the floor for our viewers to take a look at this. So first, let's go with Cheryl. Can you give us some feedback for this?
So you're very much like some of the others that are out there. So you have to identify your competition. They're not the same, but they're close. The closest one is probably the food one. I forgot the name of it. No. They have a very similar story to tell. I think yours is beyond diet. I think it's more general health and habits. But I would suggest that you mention them because that comes to mind for me. And I want to know how you're different. So you can sort of show the differences. You didn't talk about price point. Price point is extremely sensitive when you are doing subscription-based models. You need to identify where that price point is going to sit, and you need to explain why. Are you going to go after volume? So are you going to do $19.99 a month and go on volume, or are you going to do $200 a month and go on a few people? And you have to talk about the differences between those two ideas. The research I've done for another purpose is $19.99 is throwaway money. They're not likely to cancel it. So you want to look at that, you want to identify it, and you want to bring it into your presentation. Numbers are important. If you take $19.99, okay, you can do the math, and with 4,000 prescribers, you're doing $1 million. So there you go. There's some that gives us a relationship that helps us understand how this business will operate. Okay, how do you protect yourself when you are doing medical suggestions? I noticed that you've got a very good team in place. Let's have some conversation about risk. And that's going to be important. When you start talking about health and you start talking about habits, and there's a health question, you leave yourself open to third person liability. How are you going to protect yourself against that and protect the company? So I'm assuming you're incorporated, would be your first step. What are the different laws in the different countries? What can you and can you not say when you're talking about health and care? There are rules and regulations that you need to know about. Once you have this up and running, what other revenue streams will you be adding? What kind of revenue streams have you thought about? What kinds of next steps do you think you could do to expand your market and take advantage of the funnel so that you can sustain your business over the long term? And your numbers are too high. Yes, there's that $1 billion worth of business out there. Even 1% is beyond your capability. I want to see some very rational, very realistic numbers of how many people you think you can reach. You had one piece missing, community, that needs to go back in there. Okay, on your little checklist, it did not have community. Community needs to be there because all the stories I've seen about what happened during COVID and after COVID indicated that people look for community. So you might want to add a blog, a peer-to-peer blog, and a expert blog. You'll need 2 blogs. So the peer-to-peer has to be the rules and regulations have to be set, and it has to be monitored for appropriateness. And then you've got some very good people on your board that should be blogging and sending out articles and build your online community. So you can fill that gap. You can fill that gap. And trust me, community is what threw Peloton off. They thought that they were, after COVID, that they would just keep going. They nearly lost their shirt because what happened was they forgot the one thing. People don't just go to a club to work out. They go to the club for community and socialization and being social and being seen. And they completely missed it. Okay, they nearly went under. So that's one of the things you need to look at is how do you build online community? And people love online community because it can be very helpful when you're isolated, like where I live. I mean, I live in the middle of nowhere in Northern Ontario. Okay, so community online is a desperate need. When you get outside the world, your actual market is anyone who speaks English. Okay, so you're going to have to look at the habits around the world and the communities around the world and address those in terms of, well, if you live here, these are the things. If you live here, these are the things. There's going to have to be some separation and discussion to allow you to grow globally based on people speaking English, and it doesn't have to be their first language.
Okay.
Thank
you so much. Okay.
I think you've got a great idea. You probably have a tiger by the tail, because this is what people are looking for, and research is showing that this is what people are looking for. I would add some experts. I would add, having some people probably come in and talk about specific health issues. So, you could add, that's one of your added revenue streams. You could actually add things such as, if you're 70 years old and have trouble walking, here's some things you can do. If you have high blood pressure, here's some things you can do. So you can bring in experts and have these conversations that add to the value of the changing of habits. And I would talk very specifically about the research around habit building. There's really good research out there, and I would quote beyond your experts. Okay, your experts are great, but I would like to see some white paper discussions from universities and global health institutions that back up what you're trying to do. So that now I can hear and I can, who says? UNICEF says, the University of blah, blah, blah says, the what are the two big medical discussions, the Lancet and the other one. These are some of the things because I know it's there. Go get it, use it, and just cite it properly, because they'll give you the site for it, okay? And that will just reinforce the strength and the power of what you're offering. This is not a group of people with a bright idea. It's a group of people who are answering to a need that's been defined by medical community and by research communities. It'll just make your story stronger.
Thank you for your valuable actual recommendation. That's perfect. Just one thing, we are actually in this stage, we are focused on just general habits, and we are actually communicating and working, and actually now we are trying to connect with experts and clinics. For the next roadmap, yes, we are adding those, but for this stage, I know it's a sensitive things. Because of that, we are now just covered all general habits, but the next step.
And that's absolutely perfect. You start out with an incredible laser focus on the one thing that you're doing well, and then these ancillary things are added as you grow. And so they go in your business plan as future opportunities for revenue.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Cheryl. Dr. Olu, do you have any feedback for presenter over here?
No, I would do that on the chat box. If she watches out, I think we're out of time. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Okay, thank you very much, Mana, for that presentation. We appreciate it. I'm going to call up our next presenter from Nairobi Vision, to come up and give us a presentation here. Is Nairobi Vision here? And are they ready to present?
Yes,
okay.
I'm here. I'm ready to present. Thank you.
No problem. No, we appreciate that. You can share your screen, and then when you're ready, you can go.
Okay, if you could just let me know if you can see it.
Give it a minute. Yeah, we can see it. Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. I'm in downtown Toronto. I know you guys can hear the sirens, but there's nothing I can do about it.
No, same on my end, no issue.
Okay, ready to go. All right, hi everyone. I'm Nairobi Vision. I'm the founder of Elemental Notes, Inc. Our mission is to kick open the doors for our community to take our power back health-wise. We do this because poor health has grown out of control. In 2015, I was involved in a car accident that changed my life. I was unable to work my corporate desk job, and conventional medicine was not working for me. For my recovery, I turned to holistic approaches, which restored my health and my well-being. My own personal journey sparked something in me to share holistic remedies with the community. That leads us to our problems. There's a terrible lack of education surrounding natural health remedies. Canada experienced an increase in poor cardiovascular, respiratory, and mental health conditions. In 2020, just over 4 times more Canadians died from heart disease than from COVID-19. 1 in 5 Canadians has a serious respiratory disease. Mental illness has doubled in Canadians in the last 10 years, and unsustainable plant harvesting practices are hurting our ecosystem. Over the next 50 years, up to 1/3 of the world's plant species may be lost forever. 56% of the 150 most popular prescribed drugs are linked to discoveries of natural compounds found in the wild. A cure for health conditions may lie in the plants that are on the brink of extinction. Our resources are being depleted and poor health is continuing to rise. The time for change is now. Our team is very small and help us with our solution. I'm the face of our company. I manage distribution of educational health seminars and natural health solutions to the community. Chris Beth Cowie is our marketing lead. Her expertise is in developing business strategies to solve the problems we mentioned. Kartik Bakshi is our web developer. He handles all technical management and works closely with our marketing team. I also would like to add that I'm a registered clinical herbalist and I'm able to provide natural health products through consultations. This leads to our solution. We offer accessible and affordable natural health solutions to our community, reshaping the approach to well-being. The Canadian natural health product market is valued at $28 billion, with 71% of Canadians using such products. Our approach transforms natural health education landscaping by fusing knowledge and solution in one place. This supports a higher quality of life. We focus on educating youth who in turn influence their parents to explore natural medicine, reducing side effects and promoting prevention. This helps decrease future health conditions, easing the burden on hospitals and preserving resources. It builds social consciousness and sustainable solutions, encouraging self-sufficiency and reducing health issues in our local community. We are the solution, opening the community's eyes to preventative options used to support daily health. Our business model presents youth-oriented herbal seminars, community workshops and webinars, custom specialized herbal remedies, and consultation services. Our target market focuses our seminars on high school youth and specialized programs, and our herbal products reach healthcare practitioners and therapists, as well as middle-aged professionals with children. Our community impact shows metrics from our seminars of students, with 90% of students thinking it's important to learn about natural remedies, while 100% found our seminars engaging, informative, and would incorporate herbs into their lifestyle. This presents a huge educational opportunity for us, as there's over $47 billion in the Canadian education system. Canada has over 3,400 high schools, 300 school boards as well. Ontario is home to 900 public high schools, and 94% of students attend those schools. That's over 650,000 high school students. In the past year, we've engaged 424 students, some with learning disabilities and behavioral exceptions. We'll engage 6 times more students this year. During the pandemic, 137% of students shifted to homeschooling, and there's a gap in the health and education system curriculum where natural remedies are not provided, or education. Our competitors do not do this. They specialize in other things. We are unique because of our bioavailable products and our outreach with youth. Our financials show our average projections of $100. Products is $100 and seminars are $949. Our ask is for $10,000, $5,000 going towards management, development, and our seminar creation with $3,000, as well as tech development in $2,000. Thank you for your time. I had to skip a bunch of stuff because I'm out of time, guys.
No issue. We appreciate that presentation that you just did. Thank you. So I will open the stage up for our first presenter, Dr. Olu. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Nairobi.
You're welcome.
Good to see you. And I wanted to know, is it possible to make your, maybe come closer to the screen, and then I see you blurred your background. Looks a little, yeah, you need to make it brighter, come closer to the screen. Absolutely. Yeah, I can see that. So it's very clear. And so I look forward to seeing you. You're in Toronto. I didn't know that. And you go to the part of the slide, just checking out that example we mentioned. If you were not able to complete your presentation, go back quickly to those slides that you couldn't complete. Remember? Right. Yes. Great. I really enjoyed this. And I think one of the ways you caught my attention quickly from the get-go was because you started with a story. Remember again in class how we kept talking about sharing your story. Sharing your story, because sometimes your story resonates with your audience. Everyone has got a story. Remember, we kept saying that over and over. So sometimes when you start by telling a story or sharing a story about your personal experience, some people, quickly get attracted to that because they remember. Sometimes stories are shared because it resonates. It's relatable. People can really connect to that. Statistics, very good. I see that. Financials, well, not the deep one, but at least this one is very important to anybody investing in you, whether they are banks or the real angel investors or whoever they are. Once they want to partner with you, they really want to see what your financials is saying. And so it's important that you're able to show this. Although I reckon that you're sharing this as a startup, because I see you started from this current year, so you're a startup, I'm assuming that. Otherwise, if you're an established business or you have some track record, then we would expect to see, something that you did in the past, because if you did it well in the past, the investors are telling, you're telling the investors that you can also do it. It's a replicatable, it can be replicated. So these things are very important. If you've had some experience in the past, you want to show that, because then you're telling them it could be replicated. So stories, relatable, financials, or whatever you've done in the past, it means that you're able to repeat it. It's repeatable. You can replicate it if you start a new business. And then the ask is very clear. I want 10,000 because I want it for this, and that. If you can show me that slide, that would be great. Perhaps you want to share that, put that, you see the pie chart here?
Yes.
What you've created?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to put that into the chart, different parts of it, and then make it bigger. So this is what you have. Because you're in a hurry, the chart just goes there. People can focus on it, and it's clearer. Perhaps you want to bold in it, whatever you want to do. Make sure your ask is very clear in the chat. It speaks clearly, because the guys you're speaking to, they understand charts, they understand graphs, and it's better to speak to them that way if you're comfortable with that. So those will be my comments. And again, remember, once you're done with your presentation, leave your slides on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that feedback. Next, I'll open the stage for Cheryl. Go ahead and give our presenters some feedback.
Nairobi, you're well put together on this, and it's very cohesive. There are a couple of questions in my mind that I think are pertinent. I come from a family of teachers, and I don't know whether you would get access to public schools because you're selling something. So you need to qualify that and make sure that you actually have access to the public schools. If you're in, you said you're in Toronto, so the Toronto District School Board. I don't think they'll let you do it.
Can I answer that?
There are rules and regulations around that. If I'm wrong, great.
I have already been conducting these seminars. I've been doing it in the Peel District School Board and the Simcoe County. I have a meeting with a school next week with the TDSB.
Okay, bring that in. Bring that in. That's very important because there was a question in my mind. It will be a
Yeah.
question. So make sure that you clarify that you have permission to do so. Okay.
Yes.
That's very important. The next question I had for you is, you are self-limiting in the fact that it's just you doing seminars. I think there needs to be a discussion about taking this online.
So we also do webinars online.
Yeah, webinars are fine, but you need to get one step
I don't know
beyond
if you're asking me or if you're just giving me criticism.
I'm giving you a piece of advice.
Okay.
Okay, you need to have this as a learning center online that people can access any time of day or night. Okay, otherwise you're self-limiting. So it's either you going and your group going and talking to schools, or it's you running webinars. You need the third piece of the puzzle to really generate wealth over the long term is to get it online. And there's a number of ways you can do it. You could prepare this in a manner that those people responsible for health and teaching in the schools can use it as a tool and they pay for it. Or you can offer it to parents. If there's some ways you'll have to figure it out, but there needs to be an online component that expands you beyond Toronto.
Unfortunately, I didn't get to touch on that, but there is an online component already. We just find that with youth, it's more engaging when they're face-to-face because of what's happened with the pandemic.
Absolutely. Face-to-face is always your strongest, but it is self-limiting because you're only one person. You can't cut yourself in two. So if you want to build, you have to figure out how to, that's the nut that you have to crack, is how do you translate this to an online business that will expand globally to anywhere that people are speaking English?
Right. We have that as well. Again, I didn't get to touch on it.
Okay.
I need to get my timing.
Yeah. Timing is critical. Get rid of all the extra words and hit your points very tight.
Okay.
Okay. It's a technique of writing it and taking all the extra words out so that you go point by point by point by point.
Okay.
Okay. Good luck. It was well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Again, I was notified Dr. Olson wants to give us a bit of some comments. Go ahead.
Right. So this is quick. This is for everyone. I didn't want to put it in the chat box so we don't miss it. The structure of the pitch sessions, Nairobi, and then of course taking the cue from Nairobi's speech. The structure of our pitch sessions, keep in mind again and again, this is just a review session where we give you quality feedback and then you can go rework your pitches so that you're prepared for the final stage on the 5th virtually and the 6th in person. And so you all get an opportunity to make a presentation within 5 minutes. I know we all know this. I'm reiterating it. However, you have 3 or 4 judges. Sometimes you have 3 or 4, but you would have 3 solid comments from your judges. The judges would give you the feedback, 2 minutes each. But the judges also have, they have an opportunity, they can actually skip their line if, they think that we're running short on time. And so, or if somebody else already said what they said, the judges won't repeat that. I mean, of course, because we always collaborate and we understand ourselves. So they get 2 minutes. Within the 2 minutes when the judges are giving you the feedback, I would highly recommend that you perhaps take note of the feedback, not just for the now, not just for the pitch, but of course also for the future. You can go back to the office and then you can actually brief your people, your team members, and so on. But it's better for you not to perhaps jump in when the judges are giving you the feedback, but to take a piece of paper or be ready with a piece of paper and take notes. Not only do you don't want to distract them on one hand, 2, you want to take the feedback fully and then give an answer, because 3 judges will be there on that day. And you don't want a situation where the timekeeper just cuts you off and says, okay, we need the next person. You wouldn't have gotten the best use of that time. So take a piece of paper, note all the comments, and then you have 1 minute. And then you can actually now, give your feedback, give your responses. Oh, we got that. We're on top of that, this and that. Oh, we'll take note of that. Oh, we'll do this. So that really helps you. Now, because of our role as the organizers of this, I'm in the room with you. If there is any reason for whatever reason, we've had a meeting with all the judges because of this, and every contestant has a total of 10 to 12 minutes max. We don't want a situation where you come into the meeting unprepared. So you can imagine this person is called, you are the next person. You need to go and present now, but the person is not available. That person is lost their slot, except they make an arrangement with another presenter. So you don't want to miss your slot. Once you're called, you're expected to be prepared. Why? Because we're running back to back 10 minutes and there are 50 people. So remember that, because the judges also have to go sleep, or at least they have to go into another room to do the calculation. So it's important that I mention that as part of the process, and for you to get the best use of time, take notes and then do your final response once and for all, and then you can leave the stage. But that's a very good one. But this is for everyone. I just wanted to mention it again because I don't want anyone to lose time. I hope that helps each one of us. Thank you very much, everyone. Back to you, MC.
Sure, no problem. Again, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it on our end. Just take the feedback and move forward with it. And we can't wait to see you on the pitch day. Thank you. All right, then. So our next presenter, LeVar. LeVar, are you ready?
Yes, I am. I'm going to share my
Awesome.
screen.
Awesome. Thank you very much, LeVar. The stage is yours. Share your screen and we'll let you go.
Okay. I just want to, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah, now I can see it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. No problem. Okay. So as a videographer, I had a business after I completed film school, making videos, promotional videos for companies. And while I was making videos for each of these companies, everybody would ask me if I can make a website for them. There's so much demand for creating websites that I morphed the business into a website design business. I also took some courses, went to college, and acquired some education, formal education in web development. And while speaking with my customers, they would tell me that there's a gap for small businesses in regards to getting quality websites done. And what they would go on about is they would lament that it was either too expensive, or the process was too complex, or the people that offered cheaper prices, that the quality wasn't there. So what I did is, my solution to this problem is we specialize in making professional websites accessible to solopreneurs. You can see a demo of some of my work I've done for previous clients. And what we offer to give us an edge against competitors is free hosting, flexible payment options, and professional design. So our market is pretty much small business owners and aspiring business owners. As you can see here in from Statistic Canada, there's over 400,000 small businesses in Ontario, and I'm targeting small business owners and aspiring business owners within the Greater Toronto area, within the Black community. And from everyone that's looking for a website, I'm targeting not just the regular website consumers and not the DIY segment, but the non-consumption segment. Now, non-consumption is a term made popular by a man by the name of Clayton Christensen, who was a former head of Harvard. And non-consumption refers to a market segment that has a job to be done, but the current solutions are either too complex or too expensive. Now, my team consists of myself, and I have a legal services. I have an accountant. I have a digital marketing expert with over 10 years in digital marketing experience. And I have someone for communications, Flavian DeLima, who has over a decade of experience in journalism. And the organizations I'm associated with, there's the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, Entrepreneurs Point, and Empower 4X. My marketing and sales, I have a sales team. I'll have in-house sales. Also, I'll be experimenting with outsourcing sales as well. And my marketing will be social media and live events, web events. My competition, there's a lot of competition, but that's because there's a lot of demand. I have a list of the competition. And then there's a DIY segment of the competition, which are the well-known platforms, Shopify, Wix, Squarespace, Weebly. Now, I'll be selling my websites $500 for a single page, $1,500 for 5-page, and the SEO. The first year, I don't plan on, the business won't be profitable the first year, which is pretty normal. But the second and third year, it will be profitable. To cover all my expenses, I'm asking for $50,000 for the first year, $55,000 for the second year, for a total of $100,000. And that would complete my, thank you for listening to my pitch, and that would complete my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, LeVar, for that presentation. So I'm going to open up the floor for our first reviewer, Dr. O. Go ahead.
Hi, LeVar. Thank you again for the presentation. Good presentation. Yeah, the financials very clear, and I like the story, the part that you're able to tie to what happened in school. That's where it all happened from, and then the fact that you're also able to, you know exactly how much you're charging per page and what will help you to break even. At what point would you be breaking even, and so on. I mean, it looks like this is 12 months for you. You'll already start making profit. I'm sure every investor would like to hear that. But you know, in the light of statistics, I'm sure you've heard us talk about that to all the other contestants. What kind of statistics did you do on this? Yes, you have a good story. Yes, it appears to be a good product, and you seem to have your market. I'm not sure I heard so much about the target market, of course, outside of your immediate comfort zone. So why would other people outside of the bar, you know, I'm just using that as an example here. So you attended Sneaker, EP, bar, and so on. Your immediate colleagues, the people you went to school with, and so on, probably would buy from you, and you're confident that they will need your products. Have you done your analysis, your statistics to ensure, and your research, that after you cover the market for family and friends, other people will be willing to buy from you, people that never heard of you before? So what's that distinct value, the niche that you bring to the market, that you bring to the table, that you need to talk about, and you need to do a bit more research. Now, this market is also very competitive, isn't it? So everyone is advertising, create your website, do this, do that. What are you going to do differently? Why should I come to you? That why part of it. The story is good, but the value is not clearly stated. You need to do that. And that's what possibly would attract other people to you. And then, of course, in terms of the ask, I think you need to flesh that up. I'm not sure you made a distinct statement on that. Yes, you know what you need, but for what? What reason? Remember the comments we made when I think it was Nairobi? I think it was Nairobi. When she made her presentation, we talked about perhaps making some presentation, making it very clear, articulating your thoughts, and graphically illustrating your thoughts, because you're talking to people in the finance sector. So if you're able to do it, I mean, it's a choice. If you're able to do it, a pie chart, a graph or something demonstrating how you will spend the money. So there's what you call the sources of the funds. One is the grant. Perhaps you have your savings. Perhaps you have some borrowing. Just put whatever you have there. And then you want to demonstrate also the uses, sources and uses. The reason I'm just asking to do that is because this is a very competitive business that you're trying to do. So you need to add a bit more, some more content to demonstrate value. I hope that works. Wrapping it up. Thanks for your attention is good. Thank you for listening is good. You don't need to make any speech on that. You go, just keep it simple and short. Thank you for listening, everyone. And you wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. on your side there. We appreciate that. Next, Cheryl, could you give, do you have any feedback for our presenter over here?
Yes, your numbers don't jive for me. You're asking for 105,000. You're showing after 3 years, you're showing a cash flow of under 40,000. That's not enough to pay the rent, let alone pay the loan back. So you're going to have to dig deep into your pro forma budget and determine how to increase the revenue to match the loan. Because as a lender, I'm going to look at this and say, you know, how long is it going to take you to pay back the loan and also make a living wage? So those are some of the questions that arise to me immediately. And you need to figure it out. When you say expenses, do you include in that the payback of the loan? Okay, so there should be a line in your budget that shows what you're paying back. It should be part of your expenses. So let's have a look and let's rework those numbers to tell a better story. Either borrow less or borrow it over a longer period of time with milestones, or increase your potential income. And that may be the question that has to be asked in terms of your pricing model. Is your pricing model sustainable for today's day and to your company? Can you sustain those price points? They may be ideal and wonderful, but do they sustain you? So I really want to I want you to rework that and figure that out, because at this point it doesn't. And it's like a red flag going in my face. Okay, so have a look at that, see if we can figure that out. Increase your price, increase your volume, borrow less money, whatever it is that you need to do to make those numbers read better. Okay, overall, your presentation is good. Nice, clean visuals, easy to read. Very good.
All right, we really appreciate that feedback from you, Cheryl, as always. Also, thank you very much, LeVar, for your presentation. Just understand that it's tough to actually present your business ideas in front of people, but all the value of this mock pitch is that you get an idea of what you can fix and what you can do. And you got a solid idea there. It's just a presentation. But really appreciate your time as well for coming here with us.
Okay, thank
you. No problem. So our next presenter is Toru. Your beautiful name, that's their organization's name. So can you present yourself, and we'll let you spend some time and showcase your business idea. Okay, let's just give them a minute so we can let them present. Oh, yeah, no, don't worry, just give it a minute. They said that they cannot share their screen. Just give me a second. Okay, there we go. Awesome. All right, so can you share your screen? Thank you for sharing your screen. Can you just unmute and let's see, have a look here.
Okay, can you hear me and can you see me?
Yep, we can see you, we can hear you. Great. The floor is yours.
All right, great. My name is Ibitoro Ogan, and the name of my business is Your Beautiful Name. So back in 2018, while looking for a job, I was told to change my name to Tori to increase my chances of employment. Now, my name Ibitoro means your future will always be good. It was given to me by my grandfather. So the problem is that people with non-Anglophone names still face name discrimination. A study has shown that children often suffer the impacts of discrimination as young as 7 years old. The research also showed the effects of the negative effects of discrimination. Teens often start using drugs and actually start getting depressed. I'm so sorry, my screen stopped.
Yeah, just their screen just stopped. Okay, it's back. Sorry about that.
That's fine. So the negative effects of name discrimination sometimes show them can cause substance abuse and depression in teens, and cardiovascular disease and diabetes in adults. Now, the solution is actually for parents and guardians to start protecting their children by nurturing their ethnic and racial identity. Now, the solution to this is to create a book where children can see themselves in books and they're able to learn about the history behind their names, as African names are prayers and hopes of parents and grandparents. So my potential customer is of African descent. They have children between the ages of 0 and 8. They do not reside in their birth country. They do have ties to their birth country. The household income is $80,000 to $200,000. So the process is that parents and guardians can log on to your beautiful name. They select characters that look like their children, which will be showcased across the book. And they answer prompts and questions, creating a story about the meaning of their children's names, what led them to choose those names, learn about their culture and where they're from. After they're finished creating that story, when they're satisfied with the information they filled out, they actually verify that, and they have the option to pick an ebook or a physical book, which is then sent to them. This is what the product will look like, the ebook and the physical book. We will be charging $70 to $80 for each copy. So this is the market. The interactive children's global market is projected to grow by $590 million, and we want a piece of that pie. The market segmentation of distribution is either online or offline, and the retail price of personalized book is between $70 to $90. The annual growth rate is 4.53%. Our go-to-market strategy is with social media campaigns, influencer marketing using mom influencers, email marketing, content marketing, video ads, and going to trade shows and events. These are our competitors. Right now, they have been in the market for over 5 years. They have a range of titles, but none that actually speak to the beauty and the history behind African names. The advantage that they have is that they have the economies of scale. My ask for today is a $30,000 grant, which will be shared between printing and production, website development, illustrations and artwork, legal and intellectual compliance. This is a team. Rosemary Abang is our Chief Technology Officer, and Daniela would be in charge of our finances. So far, the business has been registered, the domain has been purchased, the book draft has been completed, a budget has been created, and a team has been assembled. Right now, with the funding, we will be able to use that to purchase more art from illustrations, develop the website, our contracts with printers can also be used. The funding can be used to solidify a contract with the printers that we currently have. For growth, we plan to add more languages. We plan to also increase accessibility with Braille and audiobooks. We also plan to add more titles and establish a baby name website. We hope to expand to South America, Asia, and the Middle East in 5 to 10 years. And that is it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. A very interesting business idea right there. Our first reviewer, Dr. Olu, do you have any feedback for our presenter today?
Thank you again for the presentation, Toru. I hope I said it right, Toru. I like your name.
Thank you.
Oh dear. I like the storyline, very clear, very succinct. I like the process, the fact that you're able to share that. And I like the fact that, were you able to complete your presentation? Did you go through every slide?
Yes,
This
I
is
did.
really very, very good use of time. The presentation, very clean, very clear, easy to follow, and the product itself and how to access it. I also like the fact that you had the data, the ask, everything seems to be there. Now, where you have your story, perhaps you could build in part of your vision and mission, where you have the story. You know, there's the part where, you know your purpose, you know the reason why you're doing what you're doing, right? The story tells that. And the vision, the purpose. It speaks to how sustainable this business would be. So you need to talk about sustainability. So you could find some space within the story or the process or the product itself. Marketing strategy, sustainability. How are you taking it into the market? You have the process. People are already buying, perhaps. Will they buy in the future? Will there be a need? What would you do about your competition? Those are the other little, the nuts and bolts that you need to put in. But I like the story and I like the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm also gonna ask Cheryl, do you have any feedback from the presenter over here?
Your presentation was tight. It was engaging. You had good graphics. You mentioned the competition, but you did not mention the price comparison. So when I hear $80, I'm a granny, so I've got 4, and I'm going, oh, and I think I need to know what the competition is charging, and is that Canadian dollars or USD?
It's Canadian, and we're going in at the same price point as the competition as well.
Okay, you have to define that in your presentation because it gives me a basis of comparison that lights up my ideas in terms of, okay, she's being reasonable and rational about this. So qualify that price because books are like $39 to $49 and you're almost double. So why? And it's a child's book. So how long does the story resonate with the child? We have to have some basis of comparison that allows us to qualify spending that amount of money. And so it's the benefits. That's the one thing you're missing is the benefits to the child. You mentioned it generally, but I'd like to hear some very specifics as to, the reinforcement of the child's name, the reinforcement of the understanding of the culture they came from, because they may be first or second generation Canadian or wherever they're from, and maybe some background on in terms of the tribes in that, so that they get an understanding of the whole history of their name and how it resonates and why it's so important. That should be part of your presentation because I think that's a key element to why you're doing this. And it's there in the story, but I'd like to see you just bring it to the fore and use it as how do the grandparents and how do the parents feel when they make a purchase for this?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, for that feedback. We really appreciate your time as well. Also, Toru, thank you for that presentation. We never know, maybe one of us or even me, we might be using this website or any products that you've presented here today in the future, for all we know. We really appreciate that. All right, so our next presenter, oh, you're already ready, so that's fine. Great, so we've got Operation Man of You. And don't mind me, but I'll let you go and wish you the best of luck on this.
Thank you so much, Ori. So, hi everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. My name is Ashley. I'm a former corporate lawyer and a project manager, and I would like to present to you my business, Operations Mavenue, today. My business is a digital product store where I'm selling pre-built operations manuals for different types of small businesses. And the need I've seen over and over that led me to start this business is because I saw firsthand that small business owners are so busy running their business, they don't have time to document their systems or processes. And I was one of them. And some don't even have time to build systems, let alone to document anything. And as you know, a typical small business owner deals with so many things: sales, marketing, human resources, bookkeeping, production, and so on. And each of these areas needs a system in itself. And when we don't have any written documentation, we struggle with organization, delegation, managing operations, and eventually scaling our business. So our solution is twofold. One, pre-built operations manual templates specifically designed for different small business types. And each manual includes all standard processes, policies, checklists, and general documentation that a small business would need in place. And I also have a premium service where I work one-on-one with the clients to create a custom operations manual for their business. My primary target audience is naturally small business owners in the US and Canada. And since 98% of all businesses in the North America are small businesses, that's in total 34 million business. And I've launched my first 2 products so far. First one was the general SMB manual, and the second one is a very comprehensive manual specifically designed for restaurant operations. And if I want to talk about some of the milestones I achieved so far, in July, I launched my first product. In August, I made my first sale on my website and also on my Etsy store. At the end of August, I won a pitch contest from Access Business Accelerator. And last month, I got my first client for my premium service to create custom operations manual for them. And the demand I've seen and the traction I've gained so far has been very promising and encouraging for me to move forward. And in terms of our team, you already know me. I'm the owner and chief creator of this business. Amr, who is my life and business partner, he's a certified business coach, and he's my business advisor on the team. And I recently hired my first freelancer, Farhan, and he's an excellent technical writer and operations specialist. And my revenue so far has been 3K. I had spent 700 initially to launch this business, so my total profit so far is around 2,400. Key expenses for my business are, for my premium service, it's mainly my time, and I'm charging $60 per hour for now. And for the template manuals that I'm selling on my store, my main expenses are, again, my time and the fees I'm paying to my freelancer. One manual is costing me around 300 to make, and I reach break even after 7 to 10 sales, and the rest is all profit, unless I utilize paid advertisements, of course. And my total funding needs is 15K, and I'm asking this to spend in the next 3 months. Most of the funding I secure will go to talent and marketing. I will hire a graphic designer to help me with social media graphics, and another technical writer to help me with creating the next set of manuals. And for marketing, I will utilize the money and paid ads for Etsy and Pinterest. And this is my revenue projection for the next 3 months, subject to the fulfillment of my funding need. In October, I will have 10 manuals on my store, and I'm projecting to make 4K monthly revenue. In November, I'm making 5.5K, and in December, I will be reaching 26 manuals in total, and my revenue projection is almost 10K for that month. So in total, I'm projecting to make 22K for the first 6 months of the business. And that's about it. Thank you for listening. And you are seeing a short summary of my presentation, along with the links to my website and my Etsy store on the screen.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. Very professional on your end. We appreciate that. So our first reviewer, Dr. Olu, can you please give us some feedback if there's any feedback you want to give today?
Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Dr. Good to see you, Dr. Olu.
Good to see you. Yeah, so can you go back to that that part where you started from the first 2? I think that's where I saw that. Right. Okay. Now you have a lot of this is a very good presentation, but you know, within the presentation you have different slides, and different slides talking about the economics of a presentation itself. So if you go, I think you should keep scrolling forward and let me see. Another traction. Yeah, so here you have the revenue, and then in another place, go on again. You have your expenses, you have your funding needs. Is there a way, and then you have the revenue projection. You get what I mean? Is there a way to kind of consolidate? I'm not sure how you're able to do that, but one of the fastest ways to do that is to possibly put that in a graphical format, you know, like do a graphical illustration of all of this revenue versus expenses versus revenue, so it can be seen on one slide. That way it would help the judges make you know, very informed decisions. It's usually very difficult when you have them on 2 separate slides, not to talk of about 3 or 4. Put them together side by side so they can do what you call a quick comparative analysis and give you some ideas and tips. All right, but it's good that you have all of this. Just do a consolidation. Then 2, when you look at your product itself, so go back to that one where you talked about the product launch. Launched products. So all of these products, you have them, you have the price and so on. Have you spoken about, you need to find a way to talk about the benefits? Why should people buy them? What's new? What space are you coming from? Is this in existence? Who are the people working on it? Who are your competitors? You know, like other people would say, competition. And what would you do knowing that you're coming into the market new? So those are the things that you need to talk about in addition to what you have already done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback.
Thank you very much for that. Cheryl, do you have any feedback you want to give our presenter?
This is the first time I've had someone spend too much time on financials and not enough time on the product. The product that you've created is actually in desperate need, as we all can admit to here, and I'm a financial planner, so yes, it is a desperate need. I would like to see you, as Latoyan said, I would like to see you show the benefits of building that solid platform to build success. Let's talk about the entrepreneur and the confusion of what they need. They don't even know what they need, let alone how to do it. So we need to sort of identify that a little bit better, and very clearly, very short, precise, concise statements that can resonate with people. The next thing that I'd like to see is, I think your sales forecasts are incredibly low and are not sustainable over the long term. You need to be able to understand the market in terms of long-term planning and what is the potential for this if you enter into it in terms of global thinking. How much of this is Canadian based in terms of knowledge, and how much is going to be, how much do you have to change it for the different laws and regulations in other parts of the world? So that's going to be one of you need to address that issue. Is this a Canadian based business that's only going to sell in Canada, or which is a very small market? Or are you going to expand it into other areas, and or how will you change what you're doing to identify those changes, and how do you cover yourself from a legal perspective, you a lawyer, for third-person liability issues? So there's some things there that need to be adjusted so that you can actually scale this business to the size I think it can grow to. How do you differentiate yourself from all the other people who are out there? I didn't see any competition issues that I do know are there. So you need to identify that, the old-fashioned SWOT. Okay. Yeah. So I'd like to see you do a SWOT comparison. What's out there? How are you different? How can you add on to this? What other revenue streams can you offer that don't include you personally? Because you can't cut yourself in two and be in two places at once. So I would be suggesting that you have some sort of online learning opportunity where people can tune in their pajamas at 3 o'clock in the morning. Because that's probably when they'll get to you, when the day is done. So I think there's some added revenue opportunities here where you could sell a subscription-based business that would definitely change your success. Books are fine and they're important, but I would suggest to you that an online learning platform would be also very important to building out the success of what you have to offer, because you don't know when they start their business, when they're going to need you. And they need to be able to go back and get to a certain point and then come back to you and think, that's what I needed. I didn't understand what she was talking about because I hadn't experienced it. Now I've experienced it. Now I understand what Ashley's saying. So I think an online learning platform would be almost better. And from a financial perspective, for those entrepreneurs just starting out, they can afford $20 a month. They can't afford $50.
Okay.
So
Thank you
think about how you're marketing this, and think about how you could increase your sales without diluting what you're offering.
True.
And I would suspect that it's a subscription-based learning platform may be a better choice for you than a book. Okay.
Thank you.
And I'll say it again. $19.99 is throwaway money.
Yeah, true. Not 50.
Okay. And it's more personalized. If it's you and your gang all speaking to your the expertise, and people can go back and hear it over and over again. There's a different understanding orally than there is in reading, and you have to more learners are oral learners than they are reading learners.
True.
Okay, so those are some of the things I want you to think about to really expand this business the way I think the opportunity is there. But hit the benefits. What are the benefits to what you offer? I know what they are. Can you please tell entrepreneurs why this is so vital to them?
True.
Okay, because they get all the way to the point where they want to scale. They have nothing in place. They can't cut themselves in two and do it all, and yet they can't hire and train anyone because there's no systems in place.
Exactly.
And so they fail.
Exactly. Yeah. True.
Okay.
I will
So that's
cover
what I
that
would
as
do. I would really pull all your finances into that one chart, like Olu said, and then I would focus on the benefits, and I would really seriously think about going beyond a book. I think this is a true subscription-based opportunity, and that's the way the world is going. Okay, all you're doing is tying yourself to a tiger by the tail.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, for giving us that value. And also, thank you very much for your presentation as well. We appreciate that. Okay, our next presenter, Untainted Bath and Body Care, Khadijah Lindsay. Are you here?
Yes, I am here. Just going to share my screen.
And when you're ready, you just tell us, and then you can start.
Okay, thank you.
Or we can see your screen. You can start.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me just move this. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khadijah Lindsay, and I'm the proud owner of Untainted Bath and Body Care, where we create safe and healthy bath products for families who want healthy skin without exposure to harmful ingredients. Sorry, I'm having some issues with my slides here. They don't seem to be moving. Can I restart, please? I'm so sorry, but my slides weren't moving.
If your slides aren't moving, you can restart. That's no problem.
Thanks so much. I apologize for that. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khadijah Lindsay, and I'm the proud owner of Untainted Bath and Body Care, where we create safe and healthy bath products for families who want healthy skin without exposure to harmful ingredients. My story began in 2015 as an expecting mom strolling through the aisles looking for safe and natural products for myself and my son. I came across long lists of questionable ingredients that caused me to further investigate and led me to some shocking discoveries. It turns out there are a number of adverse health effects associated with commonly used ingredients in skincare, such as hormone disruption, cancer, and reproductive harm. Now, the average woman in North America uses approximately a dozen bath and beauty products per day, essentially exposing herself to over 126 different ingredients, many of which are toxic. Now, that's pretty alarming, especially when you consider the fact that it only takes 26 seconds for the ingredients in your products to become absorbed by the skin, where they will eventually enter the bloodstream. So the Canadian beauty and personal care industry is currently valued at $1.2 billion and is expected to grow annually by 1.31%. Consumers are switching to a more minimalistic or skinimalistic approach to their skincare. They want to use fewer ingredients and they value transparency. Now that's where we come in. At Untainted Bath and Body Care, we offer over 20 all-natural bath products such as soaps, lotion, and shampoo, which are handcrafted using pure and natural ingredients from the earth, like shea butter, cocoa butter, herbs, spices, and clays, never any synthetics. Who's our consumer? They tend to be women and moms between 25 and 40 who prioritize natural beauty products and prefer organic ingredients. Some of their pain points include difficulty finding clean and inclusive products that are suitable for sensitive skin. They value sustainability, transparency, and are willing to pay for quality goods and services. Some of their hobbies and interests include Instagram, online shopping, and natural remedies. Meet Trisha. Trisha is our ideal customer. She's a 35-year-old mom and wife who is health conscious, and she actively seeks natural products for herself and especially her children. She cares deeply about holistic wellness and has a household income of roughly 80 to 100K. So a bit more about our brand. We currently have over 1,300 organic Instagram followers with a perfect 5-star rating on Google. Our products are currently sold in 2 Toronto locations, and we were featured by the Scarborough Mirror recently. During the 2021 holiday season, our products were sold inside one of Ontario's busiest shopping malls, Yorkdale, at which time we sold through 85% of our inventory within a 3-month period. We've partnered with brands like BMO, Tridel, United Way, and Shopify. And in 2022, we were awarded the first place Consumer Goods and Services Award as part of the Rise Up Pitch competition. And we were also recognized by Centennial College as an outstanding Black-owned business. Now let's talk numbers and figures. We have pretty healthy profit margins sitting at between 74 and 87%, with a third of our online customers returning for purchase, and a healthy basket value of roughly 68 Canadian dollars on average. To date, we have sold over 2,000 units and have not had to process a single return, which indicates that customers are generally satisfied with their purchases. So we've broken down our main goals for the next quarter into 3 categories: awareness, sales, and retention. We want to partner with 3 nano and micro influencers. We want to launch paid advertisement to boost sales. And we also want to offer our loyal customers exclusive incentives. So we're currently asking for $5,000 to invest in the following categories: public relations, influencer relations, and social media advertisements. So what's happening with Untainted? We recently rebranded last year to include clean and minimalistic recyclable packaging. We've remained innovative by incorporating new ingredients into our products. And we also have a Recycle Rewards program, which allows customers to trade in empty containers for free products. I regret taking such good care of my skin, said no one ever. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. It was very nice and very well concise as well. Okay, so I'm gonna open up the floor for our first reviewer. Dr. Olu, do you have any feedback for our presenter here?
Yeah, absolutely, Kadisha. Yeah, that was a good one. Very well presented.
Thank you.
So take note of being very prepared. You don't want to get distracted because when you get on stage, asking your judges to give you some time so you can restart and things like that. Those things don't usually happen, but just take charge and be prepared. But I must quickly mention to you that you actually did it in 4 minutes, 30 seconds. I hope everyone in the room can actually see the timer on the screen. So if you're looking at the screen carefully, right on the top right corner of a screen, you would see the timer there. You can actually make sure you're monitoring yourself. You did it in 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and it was well done. So that's important for you to note. The only part that I would mention, you touched on most of the indicators. The SWOT analysis, you did that. You kind of touched on it with the value you bring to the table when you talked about the statistics, everybody's checks, the health, the health benefits, the brand, the fact that you have your brand, and the fact that you've already been able to attract a few customers. I think I took note of that. You also did your product analysis. One of the things you need to do is to do a SWOT. Okay. What's in the market? A lot of products, similar products. So do a SWOT analysis and demonstrate again when comparing like with like. Yeah, so I know you created the buzz, or you plan to create this buzz so people know you need the new branding and so on. You also have a good brand. You've also won many pitches, including Rise Up Pitch, which we organize ourselves with BBPA. So that's a good one for you, right? So you're not new to it's something you've been doing. You benefited from it. Do a SWOT. The SWOT will tell other people how well you can own the market. So the market is there. It's a competitive market, but you will stand. Your products are sustainable because of this, and this. So those 3 items that make you strong, you need to demo that. All right, comparing with the market. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for that feedback. Next, Cheryl, do you have any feedback for our presenter?
You make some statements that I don't have any backup from you as to where the statistics came from, where that knowledge base came from. You can emphasize your knowledge base by identifying where that research came from. Something that is beyond any question. So find some really good research that's backing up what you're saying. Because there's a lot out there. So you need to really focus in on who says what. You're saying toxic. You have to be very, very careful that you don't denigrate other people's choices. So if they're using toxic products, you're denigrating their choices. It's a very fine line that you're walking, and it's really turn it around and talk about the value of your products rather than the competition. You don't get anywhere by telling people they're silly. So that's just a cautionary. And you say hormone disruption, ovarian cancer, breast cancer. I want to know what ingredients promote that. Where does the mercury poisoning come from? Those are fairly harsh and hard statements that you're making. And I query how products get past the FDA and the Canadian Health Canada if they have those ingredients in them. So let's be serious about this, because you've got a good story, but you need to be very cautious as to what you're saying. You're okay now because you're small. If you get too big, somebody's coming along and going to beat you on that. Okay, so let's get that information documented to the point where you can prove it. It has to be proven outside of you and your people.
If I may just add, I did include my sources here. I don't know if it's too small, but this is actually like.
Okay, so put it in. Say, so I hear it. Okay, say Health Canada and other government agencies, so that it just say that. Okay, that's the way you cover your little tushy on this, so that you make sure that this is being identified and it's not you speaking to make a sale.
Right.
That's the risk that you take, and you want to make sure that people can buy into the story. I've got a daughter-in-law who's a doctor of naturopathic medicine, so I'm sort of well versed in this. And instead of listing all the adverse health, why don't you list some of the positives that the natural ingredients offer? Because there's some wonderful natural ingredients out there that really can change people's health and life. So you might want to replace the bad with the good. Negative sales are always very challenging. Try some positive sales. And I'm out of time. Okay, but try to be more positive, and talk about some of the aromatherapies that are included, and you're using seaweed, and talk about the attributes of these wonderful products that you're pieces that you're using. It's a more positive message, more powerful message.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
We thank you for that feedback, Cheryl. And also thank you for your presentation. So we're going to move on to our next presenter, Charles, with the African Canadian Education Foundation. So
Sorry, we
if
don't have
Charles,
Charles here. Let's move on to the next person, Jia Chen from EC
okay,
Canada.
good, no problem. Okay, so hi there, Gia. Thank you for presenting today. Just share screen, unmute, and then when you're ready, we can
yeah,
start.
sure. Yeah, can you guys see the screen?
Yes, there we see it.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gia. I'm the founder of Easy Canada, the easy way to help newcomers and immigrants start their new Canadian life. So imagine you are new to a country like all the other immigrants coming here. You don't know where to even probably find where to get a bank account. How do you get SIN number? You probably didn't even know what a SIN number is. And you probably run into problems like job scams, a lot of scams, which you probably, hopefully you didn't have to go through all of this. At a certain point, you wish that there was someone else out there who can guide you through the process to make it easier. And based on the statistics that we found out through various articles, newcomers mainly facing 3 challenges. Time-consuming process of finding information, of course, because of inflation, it is very expensive to live in Canada right now, especially when their local currency translated into Canadian dollars. Also because they are new and away from family, so there are loneliness and stress comes along with it. So that is why we come in. And who are we serving? On one hand, we serve newcomers, immigrants with the target of 500,000 immigrants coming by 2025, and the number is increasing. We focus on Ontario region because based on Immigration Canada, 40% of immigrants comes to Ontario. And what is our business model? So on one hand, you have newcomers, immigrants who need a lot of support and help, and they don't know where to find the solutions with reasonable price. On the other hand, you have local businesses who they might be great with the local market, but they don't know how to get their product or service to newcomers and immigrants. Also, traditional ads such as Google, Facebook are very expensive. And most importantly, once you stop paying for the ad, the result stops immediately. There's no sustainability. So you have to keep paying the ads to keep it grow. So we come in to serve as a communication bridge, so introduce newcomers to cheaper solutions and also help businesses to promote. The service that we provide is that we charge businesses a marketing fee to get their products out there to our newcomers and immigrants. And we set the price cheaper than our competitors, which is illustrated here. Mostly our brands, search engine, such as Google, KJG, where they can find information, or platforms or forums built by other immigration firm or government websites, or local community centers, they offer settlement programs. But however, governments are very slow on response, and normally they don't have support, and the information probably is not up to date. That gives them immediate support. And the marketing sales strategy that we have, of course, because we serve 2 parties for the newcomers and immigrants, we work with the immigration agencies overseas to promote, and we promote through events, and to marketing to businesses. We would go to local networking events or hire business development specialists to work. And that is the value that we provide to our newcomers. We want to make it faster to find information, cheaper, save money, because we work with businesses to provide discounts and benefits we offer to them. Also, we are creating a community so that users can provide honest reviews, attend our community events, so that they stay in our community and find that emotional support that they need. And by doing that, they will be transitioning into our long-term users because they will trust us, and then that trust will help businesses who also promote through us get higher results and long-term effects. This is a feature of our current website and the products that we have. And this is the projection in 2024 and 2025. with a yearly cost of 40,000 and the revenue prediction. Thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, you can hit me up.
Okay, thank you very much, Gia, for that presentation. Thank you for spending some time with us today. So I will open up the floor for our first reviewer, Dr. Olu. Do you have any feedback for our presenter over here?
Right. Thank you again. Yeah, thank you. First, for your presentation, you know how to use the Zoom option? Have you tried that before?
Oh, yeah, the slideshow.
Yes.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Yes, so you put it on slideshow because what that helps you to do is you zoom it in and it's easier for people to follow your presentation. It's a bigger.
Oh, yeah, my apologies.
That's okay. That's okay. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing this. Okay. So do that. And then also, I mean, of course, this is general to everyone, not just you. What's your background when you come into the room? Keep in mind again, if the ambience of your space is beautiful, you know, it has that very great ambience, you know, it's a place where people want to sit, stay, and watch. It's part of presentation. So you make sure the background is good. I know a lot of you blurred your background, you know, but if you're going to do this virtually, it's important that as much of you as can be seen is important on one part. The background is also very important on the other part. So let it be that when you come into the room, make it a sales pitch, right? I'm the one that everyone needs to focus on. What will make people focus on you? Your background, the beautiful environment in which you put yourself, how you look and all of that. That's important. So then people follow the presentation. Is it possible that you keep your presentation on for us so we can keep looking at it? All right. So the first thing I noticed is the fact that yes, you have you have a good product. The presentation is good. You have a very good product. The market needs it, but you have to demonstrate that also through perhaps a SWOT analysis of market comparison. What's in the market now? What are you going to do differently from what is available? That you need to do. You need to clearly demonstrate that. The other part also is when you look at your the economics of your proposal or whatever, the pitch, it's important also that you focus more on your ability to sustain the business. So, and the way to do that, yes, you've talked about the SWOT analysis. The other part is to show them how you will generate the revenue. That is very important for people to see. Everyone wants to buy into a good story. What makes the story good, aside from how you look, is that it's a story that will sell. So product needs to sell. The market needs to buy it. Show them how. Show them how in terms of your strategy and the revenues you will generate in the short term and in the long term. 12 months, 24 months, 36 months, if it is possible. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that feedback. Next, Cheryl, do you have any feedback for our presenter?
Yeah, I have a disconnect. You in the beginning you speak about new immigrants coming into Canada and how lost they are, and I understand that. I deal with some refugee people within my religious organization. But then you talk about sales and products. So I need to understand, are you only listing products that can be sold, or are you also listing services that are provided by government, city, and different NGO organizations? So there's a big disconnect there that needs to be clarified. And it does impact the finances as well as the service that you're providing. So if you are just listing companies that want to sell products to newcomers, then that's a very different story than a service that is helping people find their way in terms of opening a bank account, understanding the safety of Canadian banks versus where they came from, medical opportunities, where to buy clothes, where to get things secondhand, how do you all these rules and regulations that they don't know how to find a medical doctor. how our medical system works. All of these things are, that's one story, and the other story is selling product for sale. So I'm unsure what you're doing. And therefore I'm unsure as to the viability of your business, and I'm unsure as to how you're going to build it. So I think that you need to be very definitive on what you're doing. And are you just as a service? Are you going to add a one-stop shop for accessing government opportunities? I mean, there's a lot out there that is already in place by governments to help people find their way. Or are you helping people sell product? That I'm unsure of. So you need to be very definitive as to what you're doing and whom you're helping. Okay?
Yes.
From there, we can then understand the business model much better, and we can understand the sources of revenue. I would suggest for success purposes, you do a hybrid where you're charging people to sell product, but it gives you enough money to list all the services that are very hard to find when newcomers come into the country.
Cheryl, can you allow, Cheryl, just a minute. Can you allow Gia to, since this is a mock session, so maybe one of the ways we can help her now, because if you're really finding it difficult to even understand what the model is or what the product is, that's a problem in itself. It means that most probably the judges won't even understand. Can you put that slide up again quickly? We just spent 2 more minutes with you. So maybe you can answer a few of those questions quickly. Are you able to put up your slide again?
Yes, yes.
I think she's working on it.
Actually, this is a previous version, so I actually made a new version that might be actually looks better, because this is the one that I sent out to you guys. So I would probably open that one, so it will be more helpful, I think.
Okay, can you do that quickly? I mean, please
Just
keep
pop
in
one
mind,
up.
everyone, nobody's going to allow you to do that on day off.
No, but just pop it up, whatever one you have handiest is fine, just so we have a point of discussion. It is concerning.
Yes, if they can't figure out what exactly you're selling, that's a problem in itself. And I just don't want you to go back and do the same thing again tomorrow.
Yeah, I understand.
If that's going to take you some time to open up,
we can talk about, she can listen probably while she's doing it. Oh, there we go. Okay. It's okay. Bring it up to slideshow, please, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's much better. Now I can read it. Too many words, by the way. So small and medium businesses, newcomers in it, frustrated lack of information, sample guidance, waste time searching for information, high living expenses, loneliness, and emotional hardship. Okay, fine. I like your concept of the communication bridge. That's very, very good. But I'm still lost as to what I see what you're trying to do, but you're not clarifying it to the point where I can, if I were a banker, I would be able to understand it. So you need to be very, very specific. You've got small and medium businesses don't know how to reach newcomers and immigrants. They have a low marketing budget and the cost of advertising is very high and there's a low conversion rate. Okay, so you're talking about small businesses. That's your market.
Yeah, they are paying.
That's your target market.
The platform are free for the users. So basically we don't charge users for anything.
So it's like an Amazon.
Yes.
Okay. So, but it's specific to newcomers to business. So
yes.
all your information that you started with is immaterial to this.
Yes.
Okay. You want to start with your client, the person who pays the bill is the small and medium businesses. And they're solving, and you're solving a problem that the small business has in reaching the immigrant marketplace. And there's a couple of things you might want to add in there. One is going to be language barriers, and the other one is going to be cultural barriers.
Yes.
So you want to look at it and you want to say, okay, I'm giving you a platform that you can reach out at minimal cost to talk to the newcomers. But then my question is, how do you tell this small business who just paid X amount of dollars a month to be on your platform, how you're going to reach the newcomers?
Yeah, so that is the business model. So basically, we create a community for newcomers so that they are within a community, and then they'll build more trust towards whatever we could recommend.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So the whole first part you talked about is confusing. This is making sense.
Yeah, and then
okay, get your information in the order in which it's going to make sense. And the order in which it's going to make sense is identifying who your market is. So your market, where you make your money, is the small business.
Yes.
You're our bridge to the other side of it, which is the newcomer. So you have two audiences. So you have two messaging systems. One is a message to the small business, and the other is the messaging to the potential client. Be very specific that you've got two audiences and that you have to capture both audiences to be successful.
Yes.
Okay. This is a good chart. Okay. Again, try and get your step-by-step guidance, update info, no display ads, speedy support. Only if you talk about it. Okay. I'm reading right from your slide. Cheaper, save money, discounts from business partners. That doesn't resonate with me. Benefits, 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 not features. For everyone who's in the audience, please, this is my mantra. No features, just talk about benefits. Okay. So for the small business, okay, it's the least expensive way to advertise your services and your products. You can build trust because you're on a website, and you'll get more exposure. Okay, those are good. Okay, for the newcomer, okay, it's going to be, I don't know, I don't understand step-by-step guidance. That does not make sense to me.
That's just like the step guidance by the step guidance about how they settle in. So that's one of the things that.
So that's going back to, are you an NGO or are you a business?
A business, not an NGO.
Okay.
The purpose of providing those free things is so that they stay with us. So that's the thing. What we do. It's yeah.
So this is the added value you bring. So you create it as an added value that enhances their participation in reading and introducing them to the business. You just have to define it. So if you're going to do added value to the immigrant as an information-based technology, that's going to enhance the sale. So you have to make that relationship between the things that you are doing. So if you're going to have on your website how to open a bank account, how to find a doctor, those are added benefits that you have created simply to bring people to the website so that they can see the people who are paying for your website, which are these small businesses.
Okay, I think we have to move now.
Okay.
I believe we spent like 5 extra minutes or 4 extra minutes with you. Yeah. And, obviously we shouldn't do that. But then this is a preview, right? And that's
it's also everyone can learn from this.
And other people
getting
can
that message very clear is important for everyone.
Right now we need to go with the next person so we can make good time. And then the expectation here is that you will make good use of this.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for being so patient and hearing us. That's very important. Thank you.
All right, back to you.
Thank you for that presentation, and that's just a preview of the extra value you can get with us when we have more time, of course. So next, Yvonne, you're with the business K-Scape. Okay, hey there, Yvonne. You can unmute and start your presentation. Don't worry, you get 5 minutes. Don't worry about that. So when you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Do you have perfect? Let me just share my screen.
We can see it. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yvonne, and I am the founder of the Kaleidoscope. It is a platform that's connecting you to African experiences with African experiences in the city. Our goal with this is to connect newcomers to African experiences, African food, African fashion, as well as Black professionals, empowering them by connecting them to resources. We found this issue first with myself when I first moved here to Canada in 2009. I realized that there weren't a lot of African food and fashion near me, or they existed, but it was just hard to find them. So I came up with a way to just showcase this, and it started off on Instagram, and now it has become a platform where you can like find different businesses. It's like a shopping directory almost. Here are the problem statements. There are limited exposure to African food, African fashion near you. Most times when we highlight these businesses, a lot of people end up finding them out just through us, and they're just in close proximity to them. Also, the challenges for Black business owners. We've also realized since COVID, a lot of business owners came online, and we decided to help them hone their online presence by providing them with resources, as well as career development resources for Black professionals. The opportunity we benefited from, or we sort of invested in, is through research. We realized that there are lots of immigrants that move here from West Africa. And then we also, through the lack of the African culture being promoted online, we took that as an avenue, and we realized that a lot of people were just joining us mostly. And we do this through immersive African experiences. We have highlighted a lot of events, highlighted a lot of business owners, and we do this every summer. Sorry, excuse me, I'm just a bit wrong. We do this by offering a lot of services through our digital map. Sorry, excuse me. Can I pause my presentation, please?
No problem. No problem.
Okay, I'm all set to restart. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So the market that we are currently catering to, we did some research and we saw that we will be making most of our revenue from advertising, and the overall advertising budget that a lot of people in Canada have invested in sums up to 14 billion, and 260 million, we got that number from the percentage of Black business owners that exist in Canada. And then 18 million is specific to those in Ontario. We have two customer personas. We have the Black business owner and we have the Black professionals. For the Black business owners, they are people who have businesses in Canada, but they're struggling with getting their businesses online. So we come up with content that helps project their businesses online. And with the Black professionals, they're professionals here in Canada who don't have access to resources, or they're looking for resources to help them thrive in the job market. So we fill that spot there as well. And we do this, what makes us stand out is our established online African community and our focus on innovation by building a digital map, and then our expansion into other cities. The different products and services that we have are a digital map, our marketing packages, the different kinds of content that we showcase, and our focus on career development. And then we do this using a holistic support. We reach out to business owners one-on-one, frequently just to check in, as well as Black professionals. And we would be marketing our business, through leveraging our online African community, word of mouth mostly, and then forming strategic partnerships through collaborating with businesses, companies that need access to our audience, and pricing strategies that are tailored to Black business owners, because a lot of them, that's one of their pain points, being able to, they're spending way too much money on advertising and not seeing a lot of results. We have the niche audience that caters to them and they benefit from that. I can pause, yes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So thank you for the presentation. I'm opening up the floor for our reviewers. Go ahead.
All right. Yvonne, can you take one more minute and finish that other part of your marketing strategy?
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to also, let me just move to the next page here. We also have our future team expansions, because right now we are a small team of 3 and most of the work is done using automation. And then we're also looking to expand through other cities. This would also help with us getting more revenue. And then we are also leveraging other technological innovation platforms like HubSpot to help us market the business. And for revenue projections, with the current research we did on the market, we do see that we are projecting making around $250,000 in the first year if we are consistent with our marketing, if we do have a team that can support us with the business owners that we have. We have also tested this out with our current marketing packages that we offer business owners, and we've also seen that they're seeing a lot of results. So yeah, just for the first year. And yeah, join us in celebrating African culture, empowering businesses, and elevating careers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Oren. Thanks to the team. The first thing, your presentation is too wordy. It's too wordy. You know what I mean? Slides, bullet points. Remember the rule? Slides, make your point, sharp, short, short and sharp, quick, quick. And it might be one of the reasons that you kind of are distracted. I'm not sure how you're structured where you're at. You seem to be reading from somewhere, looking this way every minute. Yeah. Your judges can tell. And so one of the ways that they understand, they believe, and I'm sure you know this, right? You've been through the class sessions, you've been through this, and I'm sure you've received feedback like this before. One of the ways that people understand that you are on top of what you're doing is when you focus and you're not distracted. And they can, they believe you've got it. I could read in the chat box, people are telling you, I'm sure you have a lot of people rooting for you in the room. I could read through, you've got this, breathe. And you've got to do that, really. Whoever is telling you that, breathe, you've got this, and things like that. So come into the room, breathe, don't be distracted. When you're reading, and you're also, you're on Zoom, but you're reading from another item or whatever device, it's distracting for you. Put it right there. If you need to read, there are no rules about this, really. As long as you do your right presentation, the ambience of your space is good, you're good. Whatever you want to read, if you put it out, you've articulated your thoughts on paper, put it right on the screen. Read from it, focus on the screen, because they're looking at your face. Don't read, don't go back and forth. Use bullet points and then write out everything you want to say. Put it step by step. There are 4 or 5 rules that I share in class. I'm not sure if you were in any of my class sessions.
Yes, I was.
All right. What, who, where, how, and when. It would help you in terms of your structure. The what tells you, you're telling people and defining the product. The what am I selling? Who are you selling it to? That's the who. So what answers the question of the product. Who answers the question of your target market? Who am I selling to? Just focus on that. Where? Your location, your country, online, where. So it could be anything, but just define it. Where am I selling? That's your, it's part of your strategy. Where? Am I going to face it? Am I doing that online? Do I need a kiosk? Do I need a booth? Do I need an office? Or am I selling from the trunk of my car? You know, whatever. Where am I selling from? Define that. How am I selling? That's your strategy, operation strategy, financial strategy, marketing strategy. How? So by the time you answer those questions and the when, maybe your break even, I mean, the how could also be how you're going to raise capital. How am I going to do this? How's it going to work? You know, and then when is about your revenue. So financials, are you breaking even? When exactly would that be? Are you launching? Are you a startup? When are you going to do that? You could answer a lot of questions. So for you, anyone in the room, not just Yvonne, if you're at that point where you're just not sure if this is following the right structure, or you're at that point where you're still not sure of the structure, keep in mind again, you still have 4 solid days, 4 days, meaning that you can put all of this together and turn it around before Friday, right? You can do it before Thursday. Just go back to the drawing board, put pen to paper, answer this question, the question of what, who, where, how, and when. For some people, that's all you need to put some structure and then help you to think. But if you still have any issues, I want to encourage, I know we've had the one-on-one sessions and a lot of people have been, they've come back. But because of Cheryl's comments on gear, and because I could tell that you were really distracted, don't worry. This is not as difficult as it looks, all right? Take some time, breathe, like they said, and do it. If you need another 30 minutes, reach out to Vidya again and let her set up some meetings with some of our advisors. Cheryl will be available. She's always available for us. We have Professor and we have 1 or 2 other people that might be able to do it outside of this session so that we can save time. Thank you, Ori, the hosts, for allowing us. Those will be my comments. All right.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah. Okay, Cheryl, go ahead.
Yeah. I almost hit most of it, but I'm going to ask you 2 questions that you don't answer now, but you answer in your presentation. Why are you only doing West Africa? There are people from all across Africa who come here. There's 54 countries. So I think that you might be limiting yourself unreasonably, and it might be better that you just talk about the whole diaspora of Africa as a whole. I work in Kenya myself, okay, and Tanzania. So those are some of the things you want to think about. Why self-limit? There's no reason to self-limit. The second thing that I want you to look at is your business model. I don't get it, okay? I don't understand your business model. Are you going to be a listing agent with a listing computer on like a website where I can go and find all these wonderful things that are from Africa? Am I going to be looking for food? Am I going to look? Who are the merchants? Who's your business? So you've got to define it. You've got 2 markets. Again, you've got the people who are going to list on your website, and you've got the people who are going to visit. And you have to define those very specifically. And then you have to tell us how you're going to reach them and why they're going to come to you. And that's where the confusion lies. It isn't a direct line to one market. You've got 2 different markets that you're talking to, 2 different stories. And you have 2 different ways of reaching people. One is the African who has started a business here in Canada that wants to sell their product that they brought in from Africa. The other is those people who have come to Canada maybe a year ago, maybe 20 years ago, and they still have a desire for certain products that they can't find here. So you need to specify your 2 entities, how you put them together, and how you get paid. Okay.
Thank you so much, Sharon.
All right, so thank you for the feedback. Again, I like to let people at least get all the value as much as possible. So thank you for that presentation. So our next presenter will be Oyinlola. For Oyinlola, are you here? You ready? Okay. Great, thank you. Share your screen, and when you're ready to go, you can start. All right, whenever you got the stage now, whenever you're ready, you can go.
Hello?
You want us to give you a few minutes, or you?
You see my screen right now?
We can see your screen here. Yeah, we can see it. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me properly?
We're having
Your
a bit
sound
of
is
a-
not there, Iola.
Yeah, there's a bit of issue here.
You may not have enough bandwidth to show the screen and talk. Are you in a public place?
No, we were having a bit of a technical issue there. Don't worry, we'll just move on to the next person. No issue, don't worry about it. So Zahir for Manifesting Hues Inc. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you. You can they should give you permissions to share your screen and start your presentation. So when you're ready, just let us know. Okay, great. You can share your screen, and then when you're ready, you can start. Thank you.
Okay,
We
good
can see your
afternoon,
screen.
everyone. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. My name is Zara, and I'm the visionary behind Manifesting Hues. So I just need to move these things out of the way. Let me start off by asking a question. How many of you took up a creative hobby during the pandemic? You could just raise your hands.
Hello, Zara. Keep in
Yes.
mind, this is a pitch. You're pitching to judges. You're not teaching anyone in this class session. So it's a pitch. You pitch it to the judges. They've got to be convinced. The judges are not going to raise their hands. You're not supposed to ask them questions. They ask you the questions. So kindly take note of that quickly. Please add 1 more minute to Zara. Make your presentation and let them take a decision if you should win $10,000 today. That's what you're here for. Thank you.
Well, I'm right there with you. I rekindled my love for art during those challenging times, and I participated in countless virtual paint nights where I painted images that I wish to bring into my life. What amazed me was during that time, when this world slowly returned to normal, that those things that I painted started to become my reality. This got me thinking, if art can help me manifest my desires, it can certainly help and do the same for others. That's when the idea of Manifesting Hues was born. Manifesting Hues is more than just a business. It's a holistic haven. We empower BIPOC women through the transformative power of mindfulness, consciousness, and metaphysical practices. According to the report by Grandview Research, the global self-help market was projected to reach a staggering $13.2 billion in 2022 with a growth rate of 5.6% annually. This surge was driven by the growing recognition of benefits of self-help and personal development practices, including manifestation and visualization. However, there's a problem. The industry barely caters to BIPOC women. When was the last time you opened a coloring book and saw an image that truly represented you? That's where Manifesting Hues steps in. We offer thoughtfully curated tools from affirmation coloring books to manifestation journals and transformative workshops, all designed to uplift and support BIPOC women on their journey of self-discovery and personal growth. Our business model is agile and cost-effective. We self-publish all our books, and we use a print-on-demand publisher, which keeps our startup costs low, allowing us to carry minimal inventory. Thanks to our publisher's extensive connections, we've achieved global distribution within just 1 month of launching, with our products available on platforms like Amazon, Walmart, and Barnes & Noble. In our very first month, we sold over 100 copies of A Coloring Journey to Abundance affirmation coloring book. By the second month, we received our first wholesale order from a bookstore in Windsor, Ontario, and we proudly launched our second product, Manifest in Motion, our daily manifestation journal. Our profit margins consistently fall between an impressive 200 to 400%, and our sales have been on a steady upward trajectory since launch. Based on our thorough market research, we anticipate a year-over-year growth rate of 3%. Our most effective marketing strategy to date has been a good old word of mouth advertising, as we firmly believe that our satisfied customers are our best advocates. Additionally, we've been utilizing both paid and organic advertising methods on social media, with Instagram being our primary platform, boasting over 7,000 followers, 80% of whom are BIPOC women located in Canada and the US. We've recently also included TikTok as our platforms and engage in various Facebook groups. Now, we're here today to ask for your support. We're seeking an investment of $10,000, which would be instrumental in hiring a marketing firm to boost our online visibility through improved SEO, set up a paid profile on a prominent retail marketplace website, and to assist with the production costs of our eagerly awaited affirmation deck called Affirm in Action. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our vision for Manifesting News. We believe in the power of transformation and empowerment, and with your support, we can continue to make positive impact in the lives of BIPOC women. Together, we manifest a brighter future, one hue at a time. That's it. That's the end of my presentation.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. Wow, okay, ahead of time then. All right, so I would like to open the floor for our viewers. Dr. O, do you have any feedback for our presenter?
Yeah, absolutely, Zara. Thank you again for that presentation. Very well read, very well articulated story. Yeah, I think, the way you read it, you weren't distracted, and so it was well read. However, I was wondering, is this the only slide you've got? Is that the only thing you prepared, or do you have more
my slides not moving? I was clicking through.
No, I think this is the only page that I saw right through. So I wanted to know,
sorry,
was it supposed to be rotating as you were reading, or?
Yeah, it was. I have everything.
Oh, you have all that on slides. Okay. Is that me, Vidya? Just to be sure, was it rotating, Vidya?
No, it was not. It was, we could just see only one slide.
Oh, where she said visionary.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So I have everything.
Okay, absolutely. And this is very good. I mean, very well prepared. The slides very clean, straight to the point. I mean, from the little I can see, but I'm not sure how you set it up. So you need to check that out to be sure that while you're reading, your slides are also moving, showing from page to page. There's a way you time that, there's a way you time that. So it didn't work.
Okay.
You need to make sure it works properly, because that's when that would really work. And I think that goes for Yvonne, because she was trying to read also and make the presentation, which is exactly what you're doing. But your slides very well prepared, clean, but it needs to be spaced out and timed. If you want somebody from the office, if you're not able to do that, maybe one of our coordinators might be able to do that for you, to keep clicking. Some people, they use, they just keep clicking and it's going as they're speaking. So if you think you need help with that, either you get somebody from your side to keep doing that from under the table, nobody needs to know. And keep in mind, again, this is a teaching session, a review session. Or if you can't get such a person, then perhaps you might be able to get one of our coordinators to do that for you. But this is a very good, your presentation was very good, articulated, focused on the subject, but all the information and the value will be missed if people can't flow with the slides. And so you need to pay attention to that. And then the other part is quotes need to be cited. I don't know if some of the things you're trying to say while you read, citing some statistics, you need to cite it. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I said where I got the information from.
Okay, so it's because we didn't see. Okay, that's because we didn't see it on the slide. All right, so can you show me an example of the citing that you did?
I said it. I didn't write it on the slide. I put 13. This is the Grand View research. I said it in my pitch, but I didn't write it down, but I can.
Oh, okay, so
add
citing
that.
would mean that you need to write it down. So you don't want the judge to pick that. So at a glance, they should just say it. This is what you're saying, 13.2 billion, by 2022. Put it below that. Toronto Metropolitan Diversity Institute or city, the research and code, just put it there and the year.
Okay.
So that would really help. And then in terms of your financials, can you quickly go through that again? Can you show me the slide where you should, how that is reflected on a slide? Whether it's a projection, whether it's where you plan to be, whether it's the revenue you plan to generate. Okay. Show me the
so
numbers.
I put my, can you see this slide?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I put my markup, my growth rationale, and then the light purple is my website, and then the dark purple is from the distributors, Walmart, Amazon. What I hope to.
So this is where you're at.
Yeah.
Your current position.
For my projections for the year, because I launched in June this year.
Oh,
so
you
by the
launched.
end of the so by the end of the year, these are my projections for year 1, and then year 2 and year 3.
So in-house means current
my
position?
website.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
and then the dark purple is my retail distributor. So Walmart, Amazon, Barnes and
So
Noble.
this is about your growth.
Yes.
How about your numbers? I mean, like revenue, did you show anything?
Yes, this is my revenue. This is my revenue for the years. What I'm showing you, my projection, because I launched in June. I was showing that my markups are 200 to 400% for each product.
So all right. So these are the stages. Okay, it's not really clear, like on the face of it. Show me the numbers. I was trying, oscillating between, is this a number of growth recorded by customers hitting on your website, or is it the actual revenue in terms of cash?
So I'll put revenue to
so I
title
think
it.
you need, there was a disconnect there. All right, those are my comments. Thank you. And just keep that in mind again, the first set of comments I made. So they just want you to hit the ground running. My name is, if you want to start with a story, or my name is this is why I'm here. It shows focus. It shows that you have a strategy. No questions to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Again, be very specific at the very beginning as to what you're doing. It took me a while to figure out what it was you were doing. Okay, so your story is good, but you need to reverse it. Okay, you have to tell me, I have no idea who you are. I've never met you in my life, and I'm hearing about your business. So tell me about your business. What are you selling? Be very, very specific, and then everything else flows beautifully. Okay. So it is important to tell me who you are, but first of all, I want to know what you're selling. Then I can relate everything to that. This is a general comment. $10,000 for advertising will be eaten up in less than a month. All of you need to do some homework on what it costs to advertise in social media on a regular basis, and what markets you're going to go in. In other words, where does your audience live? Because you won't do them all. So I would suggest to you that the minimum that you want to spend on advertising to build any kind of success is $5,000 a month. And that's just ad dollars. Okay, you're selling yourself short. So if you have the intention of growing, if you want to put dollar signs beside these numbers, that would solve that, or put down a statement USD dollars or Canadian dollars. Immediately I look at it and say, oh, that's zero, that's 50. Is that $50 or 50,000? I don't know. Okay, I can't get inside your head to find out what that means. So you need to play as if I'm really dumb, which I am, and tell me what that 50 stands for. Is that 50? Is it 50K? And what monetary system is it in? Okay, those are really important things to be very aware of. I would, again, words need to be in point form. This is not a time for sentences. This is a time for making points. Okay, so you have to break all the rules of grammar. Okay, and just give me points. and citing is really important, as Olatoyan said. Again, I need to get a sense of volume. I need to know what your break even is. If you're borrowing that amount of money, how many units do you have to sell to pay back the loan?
Okay.
Okay, what's your break even? Okay.
Okay.
Very well done.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the presentation today. We appreciate it, and hope to see you for our next for tomorrow and moving forward. All right. So our next presenter, Rahila. Rahila, are you here today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Go ahead and you can start your presentation when you're ready.
Yes, sure. Sorry, I'm just having some issues here. I'm sorry, I have to check my settings. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Okay. No problem. So if there's an issue here, let me just see. I believe that there's one more person here. I'm just noting here. Okay, so Leah and Lola, are you able to actually, did you fix your technical issue, or are you able to present? I don't know. Okay, no, Rahila, just take your time, just quickly see if you can fix your technical issue.
Okay, so sorry.
Don't worry about this. You can do.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just give her a minute.
Rahila, do you want me to share the screen for you?
Yes, please, if you can. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. All right, when you're ready, start.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry about that technical problem. My name is Rahila, the founder of The Healer Beauty. So our main focus at The Healer Beauty is simple ingredient, simple packaging, simple application, all together working to help you achieve your best skin yet. Next, please. Next slide. So back in 2017, while planning for my wedding, and as any typical bride, I was so excited, but then I experienced terrible acne and hyperpigmentation, and I thought it was going to get better. And then 2 years after, when I had my first daughter, it got worse. And I began my research because I knew there would be a way out to find a solution. So the problem here is many new moms and working professionals struggle with various skin issues, such as hyperpigmentation, melasma, and in that regard, so many people end up breaking the bank, but without any solution. Next slide, please. So the opportunity here is the global skincare products market was valued at $140.92 billion US dollars in 2020, and it is projected to witness a compound growth of 4.69% during the forecast period of 2021 to 2026. Our target customer is the middle affluent, health and style conscious shopper. They are interested in the latest beauty trends, skincare products, continuous self-improvement, and improve mainly, can you go back, please? Focusing on their self-care. So women between the age range of 28 to 45 with income bracket of $70,000 Canadian dollars to $300,000. So their interests are, most of them are beauty influencers, active lifestyle, beauty brands, and latest style trends. So our focus here is to start with 3 unique products so that addresses acne, high, healthy skin barrier, fade dark spot, leaving our clients with radiant skin. So our product are multi-brightening serum, 10% Mandelic Glow Serum, hydrating hyaluronic acid serum. Next, please. So how this works is our brightening serum comes in 30 ml and 60 ml, suitable for dry combination and oily skin type. Our 10% Mandelic Glow Serum comes in 30 ml and suitable for combination and oily skin. And our hydrating hyaluronic acid serum comes in 30 ml, 60 ml, suitable for combination and oily skin type. Next, please. So here's our traction. Our products have been formulated with manufacturers. We've conducted independent testing for quality check. We've developed brand and marketing strategy. We've developed some social media campaigns at the moment. So in terms of revenue and growth model, online retail store with 1,000 clients in 2020. So we started as retail store, just focusing in Nigeria. But right now we've expanded the market to include Canada and USA. So we have previously retail products and contacting other manufacturers. So we've sold skincare products through online store, and we are considering, our goal is opening a physical store in the future. So we've launched marketing campaign, including website, social media, and we're trying to build some loyalty program at the moment. So while we're retailing products, so in January, here are the numbers. We sold we made $3,129,000. In February, we made $3,286. In March, we made $3,248. And in April, $3,340. So we had to take a break because we're trying to rebrand and include Canada and the US market. So here is the team, the founder, and we have Omotola, who is our market management consultant, and Amina, who is our marketing director. So in terms of next milestone, top skincare manufacturer at cost average of 25% for each product, 20% growth. We're looking at 20% growth in revenue year over year for the first 5 years of our product launch. And we're launching this fall in November precisely. So we are seeking for $15,000. So we're using this money, $2,000 towards professional services, so branding consultant, and marketing, $2,000, communication, social media, and $1,000 related to completing our website, digital marketing, and getting softwares, and $10,000 towards skincare production to make some sales during the holiday season. Thank you for listening.
All right. So no problem. I just let you finish because it only makes sense to let you finish that up. All right. So I'm going to open it up to our viewers now, and you have an opportunity to give her some feedback here. So Dr. Odom, can you give our reviewers some feedback over here?
Thank you, Rahila. I think there's some noise somewhere. All right, thank you again. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I think this is your slide, Rahila, but I wasn't sure why it carries the CASA Foundation and TD Bank logos. I just wasn't sure. Maybe is that?
So I used the template.
Okay. That
Yeah.
the office gave you.
Yes.
Okay, I get you. I wasn't sure. That's why I wanted to know. All right. Can you go back to the first two slides and let's see that? The beginning of your slides. Yeah, thank you. All right. Okay. So if you go to this, if you go to the second one, yeah, and you click on that. Thank you. No. The number 3, the third slide. Yeah, thank you. Right. So you talked about the problem. That's the first one, and you talked about the opportunity, which is very good. And of course, citing again the research. It's very important when you cite, when you mention that, the research or cite any form of statistics at the bottom, where you have the logo, or on the other side, for you to actually put there where you got it from.
Okay.
So that it's clear, it's not your, that it's not in the air. You got it definitely from somewhere. So it's important you do that. Now, having cited that, and then you want to focus on that opportunity in the market, the opportunity is that this target market needs what you have to offer. That product is for them. So how are you going to bring it to the market? You have a good team. You talked about the team. The strategy itself is it's not so well articulated. Maybe that's the word, that you need to do a little more talking about the strategy. And why do I say that? It's a huge market, and you're trying to break into that huge market. But the fact remains that several other people are in the market, that same market with you. And it's usually what I tell maybe startup groups or groups at that stage where you believe you're already established, 3-4 years in the market, or 5 years you're growing. But the people that have been doing it have been there for 20 years, 25 years. And so that's not to limit you in any way. And that's not to say you can't do it. Definitely the market is huge. Definitely you can do it. But there's a war chest that is required. You need to convince your judges that despite the war chest, despite the fact that those guys have an armful of cash, that's what I mean, you can do this. You can fight in that market, and you can be sustained. They are not going to make you run back and say, oh my, it's too big for me. I can't do this anymore. So sustainability. Talk about growth, how you plan to grow. Talk about once you do this, how you're going to keep it running. Would you need partners at some point? Sustainability is also talking about your future plans. He convinces your judges, or he tells them that you're looking for growth and that you're willing to share and collaborate with the people that will help you grow. So where some general products need that part. I don't say for all the products, of course, every product needs that when you come, but when you're talking about general market products that the current targets, the current people that you're competing with in that market have been there for a bit. You need to go the extra mile. It was the same story I told, I think, the gentleman that has a website or that is looking to start a website company. You need to go the extra mile because it's a market that's already oversaturated. So talk about your SWOT, talk about sustainability, and talk about growth. Talk about partnerships in some cases, particularly people that might help you sell beyond your current location, because it's one of the ways to grow faster and take some captive markets. So those will be my comments. I'm not sure I saw your financials properly. I know you showed us a bit of that. If you can quickly run to that again. What did you see on that? The financials. Yeah. No, that's not the one. Okay. So in terms of the revenue growth, this is what you did last year.
Yes.
And so what do you want to do this year? Did you talk about that at all?
Yeah, so I kind of, but not really. So
you didn't.
I mentioned we took a break to rebrand because we want to launch in fall. So are you talking about like future forecast?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you've done this. So it's good. But they'll tell you that's history. But the good thing about history also is that history has a way of repeating itself, isn't it? So that's why now you've built this track record, 6 months, 1 year, I'm not sure what it is. But usually when you talk about track record, if you've done it for 6 months or 12 months, it's important to put that, which is what you have done. Although this doesn't appear to be 6 months in itself, check it and make sure it's a good track record. People can really, they can figure that out if it's 6 months or 12 months, not 4 months, you know what I mean? And then you can now project based on that and say, we did this 6 months ago, we plan to do this. So they can put it together and say, if she did this, then truly they can do that. You get it? That's how judges think. Everybody's looking for revenue. Forget the fact that it's a grant. Keep in mind that the people that are your judges, they are the bankers. And they are the people, the banking executives that would also be in a position to advance you some further funding. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Odo.
Could we move the slide to the sizes, the products that are being sold? There's 3 of them, I think. Thank you. The size of them is immaterial. What size you're selling. It's information I don't need to know at this point. What I do need to know is why those 3 serums? What does the mandelic acid do, and what does the hydrating hyaluronic acid do? Why did you choose those? How do they impact the original story you told about acne and discoloration of the skin? Are these formulated particularly for Black skin? Your pictures don't show me that. So I need to know, is this for the general public, or is it specific to Black skin and the challenges that you have? What are we doing here? Okay. When you talk about skincare, you're talking about 3 serums. What about cleansing and all these other things that are part of a routine? Do you intend to add them later? So what's your added revenue streams as your business grows? Why did you choose these 3 to start with? And what do they do? Okay. I need some guts. Okay. Yeah. So in the name, you've got a brightening serum. Okay. The first one is a brightening serum. You didn't tell me what's in it. And the other 2 are acids. I've seen them advertised on television, and I've got some ideas, and I use some of these myself. But I need you to tell me why you launched from this perspective and what it does and why I should buy it and what are the benefits to me if I buy it. What's it going to do for my skin? Okay.
Okay.
Sales are very personal, particularly skincare. You got to sell the sizzle, not the steak. Okay. And so that's really important. Nice layout. You borrowed Mary Kay pink, I can see. There's some issues there with that. I would suggest you choose another color. They're the #1 skincare selling in North America right now. So I would suggest you not use pink. It's just confusing. Again, budget. $3,000 is barely a test market. I need some projections of where you need to be to make this worthwhile. What's your markup? Did you tell us your markup?
Not really, no.
No, need to know your markup. You're not asking for enough money to get this up and running properly. You're going to be cash strapped right away. Advertising is expensive. You need to budget for it. When I do it with my clients, a minimum of $60,000. Okay. That's what it costs to get a product up on a website launched and the first 4 months running. Okay, until you start making enough money to start paying it, then the marketing should pay for itself. Okay, have a look at that. Everyone who's on this, do some research on how much it costs to do social media advertising when it's at the professional level. How much does it cost to go on Google? How much does it cost to go on Instagram? How much does it cost to go on TikTok? Where is their market? Where do your clients live? Do they live on Google? Do they live on LinkedIn? Do they live on Facebook? Where do they live? How much does it cost? I need to get some sense that you know what your advertising is going to be and where you're going to do it and why you're going to do it. So you're not throwing good money after bad. Okay. So let's have a look at that. And that's a general statement to everyone because I hear it time and time again. If I were to use these 3 products, what would it do to my skin? Okay, how would my skin change? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
thank you very much, Cheryl. Thank you very much to our presenter. I also, so that's our final presenter for the day. Today, I really appreciate everyone for presenting, spending their time, and really, I know we took some extra time, but this is just to give you an idea of the amount of value that we can get. If we have more time as well, we'd really go deeper into all these presentations. I do have few things to tell everyone before we go, not non-exhaustive, simple things for us to get to know. So just so everyone knows, again, I just want to preface this for everyone to know that you have 5 minutes. So because of today's mock pitch, I hope everyone's been able to fine tune or get an idea of what they need to cut out from their presentation while we're doing the in-person and also the next day 2 tomorrow as well. I also want everyone to note as well that, again, we did know there were a few exceptions today, but just assume that the judges only have 2 minutes to give you feedback as well. And that with your 5 minutes, you need to just be able to give all your sightings, everything on time, accurately, okay? So just try and understand that, because in person, we probably might have to cut audio and try and, because we have a lot of other people to deal with here. So we need everyone to be clear that you might not be given an exception on the day. So just don't take it for granted. At least try to fit as much information in those 5 minutes and showcase what you need to showcase. I also want everyone to note as well that on the day that our in-person days are the 6th and the 7th of October, and it's at Weston Harbor Castle, located on First Harbor Square in Toronto. And there is parking there. You do have to pay for parking there, and it's also been noted on our Eventbrite page. So you can check out our Eventbrite page under all of our social medias as well, under @CASA Foundation. Okay, so if you want to get more information about the in-person event, go on the website. You can search. You can go on our handle @CASA Foundation, or search on Eventbrite Friends of Africa 2023, and it should pop up and give you some more information as well. We thank you for your time here. Everyone, just note the basic information. Technical issues, try and double check the day beforehand. Put it on your own computer, send it to someone else so it works as well. And we also want to thank all our reviewers today. Arun, thank you very much to Cheryl. Thank you very much to Dr. Olu for giving us some feedback today as well. And also we want to thank the team behind all this. Thank you for assisting us today. Again, just check your technology and to be sure it works. And if you are not sure about it, send it to us, and at least set something up with us beforehand so we can help you, and you'll be able to get a chance to do your presentation. So we really appreciate it. Okay, so Toru, go ahead. You seem to have a question here. I'll give you a chance to ask your question. Just, no problem. So can we just give them a chance to talk real quick? And thank you. Also, Rahila, you don't have to. You can turn off your camera if you want. It's no problem. We thank you for presenting. We really appreciate that.
Okay, Toru, he cannot talk.
He can't talk. Toru.
Yes. Yeah. Please try now.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much for today. It was very valuable and the presentations were awesome. I do have a question for the in-person presentation on the 6th. Do we have to bring our deck, our presentation slides, or should we send them to the email prior to the in-person pitch day?
You should do both. So you should bring it in person and also send it to us as well. And I'm sure if you ask Vidya, she can at least give you an email you need to send it to. We do have an AV crew, but please send it beforehand so we know.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. And I really appreciate everyone's time. This is officially the closing of the mock pitch. No, we do have day 2 coming up tomorrow as well. You can go on YouTube and you can be ready for our next event as well. We appreciate you. Have a nice day, everybody. And we hope to see you tomorrow in person as well. Thank you.
Okay, Joyce?
Yes.
Yeah, can you please stay back?
Sorry.
Yeah, everyone else can leave. See you all tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Joyce. So you got an idea of how it works, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to check with you regarding this apps. So when I go to this apps, I have the timer, but it is asking me to approve